That's what it's about.
Did you just let him in here? Oh, okay.
Guys, it's about the Constitution.
Oh, okay.
It's not about anything else.
Yeah, and
Keep your focus.
and they're violating the Constitution.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're not.
You're right, we're not.
cop?
But the cops are.
That
A cop just let a cop? No, they just let the Constitution.
Constitution is what it's about. Not Antifa.
They actually
not
pulled
Black
him through.
Lives
They didn't just
Matter.
let him through. They
This is
helped
about
him
the
through.
Constitution. It's more
What?
important
Yeah.
in my life, your
Undercover
life,
agent
their
type
job.
shit. Yeah. Agent. Yeah, no joke. Yo, hold up. I got
It's the Constitution.
Yeah, but when BLM and Antifa are burning down our cities and destroying our
It
country,
doesn't matter right now.
Yes, it does. That's breaking the
It does
Constitution.
not matter right now.
That's breaking the
You're
Constitution.
losing focus.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
How you don't
Because
know
you're
me.
fighting with me.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm just debating.
You're wanting to beat somebody up. It's not worth it, man.
When
This
did
is
I ever
about
say
the
that?
Constitution.
I never said I want to beat anyone up.
Okay, I'm not going to argue.
I want to stand up for our rights. I agree with you. I
776
agree with you.
mega.
But tonight, you know what?
What?
You can bring shame on us. That's not what it's about. This is about the Constitution. We're here to defend the Constitution.
Right, and what did our founding fathers do in 1776 over a tax on tea, which is much less than this bullshit, dude?
Yeah. Well,
I'm just saying. Come on.
we're far
If you-
beyond that.
if you're about-
we're far beyond that.
Oh, yeah.
You know that.
I know.
In fact, tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested.
Well, let's not say
We
it.
need to
safe.
go. I'll say it.
All right.
We need to go in
Shut the fuck up, boomer.
to the Capitol.
Let's go!
Saying his optics
Based
equals
Fed
right.
posting? All right. We need to go into the Capitol. I didn't see that coming. Okay.
Hey, at the end of the day, yo.
Organization founded by George Soros! George Soros! He is a fucking racist! They are trying to divide us, people!
Hey! Hold on! You're losing focus. This is about the Constitution.
Yes.
It's not about them.
Yes, exactly!
It's not about them.
I know!
But it is.
He's standing for the Constitution right now!
Yeah,
Nobody! We have to! We have to! It is our duty as American citizens to stand for our freedom!
Fuck BLM! Fuck BLM!
Use that bull.
Use that.
This fool.
We have to stand for our rights!
Hey!
Our own government will not stand for our rights! Who the fuck will?
It's not about.
Yes, it is.
It's about the Constitution.
Yeah, they break the Constitution.
It doesn't matter if they hate me. I don't care. Okay. Why do I care?
We're standing for it!
What? Guys,
I want my freedom of choice back. Fuck Amazon.
Yeah.
Amazon. Fuck drones. Fuck the internet.
Fuck George Soros.
I want my freedom of choice back. No more California. No more Amazon. No more green.
hey,
My life is green.
I'm losing my voice. Let me tell you something, okay?
What our country is today.
Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute,
People have
okay?
been enabled.
We are here to do something.
Our whole lives.
It is not
Generational thing.
to mess with Antifa. It is not to mess with Black Lives Matter. That doesn't matter.
What matters is
We
being
don't.
gay,
Now
right?
listen. Hey, whoa, we don't
what
want to
happened?
fight Americans. We need to make a difference with these morons that's making the decisions. That's what it's about. They don't care. Don't let them sidetrack you. We already tried that, homie. We already tried that. It's over. We already tried that. It's over. No.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
You're in the minority, my friend. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Guys, I'm not saying, you know what? I know what we've been doing hasn't worked.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put it out there. I'm probably going to go to jail for it, okay? Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. No! Peacefully. Peacefully. We are freedom. We are peaceful. That's what it's about. It's not about hurting.
Sounds like a Fed.
You can't.
Happy New Year, everybody. Here we go again. Starting another year off. Well, this time we started with this. one more conspiracy theory confirmed. Somewhat. Now, it's not 100% confirmed, but from what Ray Epps said himself, oof. Well, we can go ahead and say yes to that. So, before we get started reading all 97 pages of this transcript here from his official interview for January 6th, I want y'all to know we are going to be changing some things up. We will be talking to more people. The host and co-host of the show will be changing up from time to time. It won't be just me talking to people here. We're also going to set up one-on-ones, or if you want to talk to somebody else, I just sit here and I just push the button. That's it. You guys talk. You guys hear yourself. All right. So before we really get started with this, I want you to make sure you smash that like button, share this show with your friends, because this has to get out here. Ray Epps has always been in question. What did he say? We're about to find out. You ready for this? Let's do this. All right, so I know the screen is going to be a little dark on this because HDR, the high dynamic range, is on my my monitor here. And that is, but yeah, my HDR is on my monitor here, so it's going to be a little bit dark on the screen. Now, from the start here, the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, U.S. House of Representatives, Washington, D.C. Interview of Ray Epps, Friday, January 21st of 2022, from Washington, D.C. The interview in the above matter was held via WebEx commencing at 1:04 p.m. Present Representative Schiff, Murphy, Aguilar, Aguilar, I think that is, and Kinzinger. Appearances. From the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, you got the Chief Clerk, Researcher, Investigative Counsel, 2 Investigative Counsels, 2 Staff Assistants, Senior Technical Advisor, Detailee, Department of Homeland Security, Senior Investigative Counsel, 2 Investigative Counsels, Chief Investigative Counsel, and Senior Investigative Counsel. Again, all of these names redacted. We can't hear nothing. It says for Ray, or we can't see who's saying what. It says for Ray Epps, John W. Blischak, and Andrew Blischak. So somebody says, we'll go on the record at 1:04 p.m. Good afternoon, Mr. Epps. This is a transcribed interview of Mr. James Ray Epps conducted by the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol pursuant to House Resolution 503. At this time, I'd like the witness to please state your full name and spell your last name for the record. Ray Epps, James Ray Epps, EPPS, Senior. Whoever's talking to him, thank you. This will be a staff-led interview, and members, of course, may choose to ask any question throughout this interview. In the room, can't read this right. In the room today, we have redacted investigative counsel. We have redacted detailee from the Department of Homeland Security, Mr. Redacted, senior advisor to the January 6th committee, Mr. Redacted, senior investigative counsel, Mr. Redactive investigative counsel, Mr. Redacted investigative counsel, Mr. Redactive investigative counsel. We also have members present. We have Miss Stephanie Murphy and Mr. Adam Kinzinger present. Did I miss any other staff or members who may be present for the call? Mr. Epps, do you voluntarily here for this transcribed interview? At this time, could your counsel please state their name for the record? Mr. Blischak. Yes, my name is John W. Blischak. I will be representing Mr. Epps throughout the course of this investigation. Redacted says, so is there any other report transcribing for the record of this interview? Please wait until each question is completed before you begin your response. And we will try to wait until your response is complete before we ask our next question. The stenographer cannot record nonverbal responses such as shaking your head, so it's important that you answer each question with audible verbal response. We ask that you provide complete answers based on your best recollection, and if the question is not clear, please ask for one of us for clarification. If you do not know the answer, please simply state that. I want to remind you that it is unlawful to deliberately provide false information to Congress. For this interview, providing false information could result in criminal penalties for perjury and/or false statements. Do you understand that, Mr. Epps? Mr. Epps says yes. Redacted. Also at this time, just joining the call is Redacted, the Chief Investigative Counsel. Mr. Redacted, thank you, Redacted. Good afternoon, Mr. Epps. Redacted. So locally, or logistically, please let us know if you need any breaks throughout this interview, or if you would like to discuss anything Mr. Blychek. With Mr. Blychek, we'll go off the record. We'll all mute and then go off camera so you can talk to Mr. Blychek, and we'll come back when you all are ready to answer the questions. Does that make sense? Mr. Epps says, yes, sir. Redacted. There also may be several people asking you questions today. So again, if you don't understand a question, please just ask me to repeat it. The examination part. Redacted. So Mr. Blychek, starting off, please tell us a little bit about your background, like where you're from and your education background. Mr. Blychek. I didn't know I was going to do this. I'm sorry. Redacted says, I'm sorry, Mr. Epps, not Mr. Blychek. I apologize. Redacted. Mr. Epps, tell us your background. Sorry, not you, Mr. Blychek. Mr. Epps says, my background. Born and raised in Mesa, Arizona. High school. I did do some college. Things that I needed. Business, personal finance, that kind of stuff. Redacted. And tell us a little bit about your career. Let us know. Tell us what your first career was and walk us through kind of career progression. It's reading that's kind of fucking hard, but I mean, I don't understand what the point is of his first career. It's a thing, whatever, we'll go with it. So after I got out of the Marine Corps, I went onto roofing and was a journeyman roofer for a few years, became a foreman. After that, I opened up my own business, probably in about 80, maybe around 86. Yeah, 86. And off and on, we followed the work. I ended up in Vegas where my wife and we were married there and then moved back to Arizona. Okay. This dude's saying things weird. I might have missed this. How long were you in the Marine Corps? 4 years. 4 years. And what was your job in the Marines? Infantry. Where were you ever, did you ever in the Marines on the job that you discussed, did you ever work in law enforcement? No, sir. Did you ever work for the FBI? No, sir. Mr. Epps, this is not the first time we're interviewing you. Is that correct? No, sir. We also met with you back in November. Is that right? Yes, sir. So today we're going through a lot of same topics that we went through in November. Okay. Just kind of give you the highlights. We're heading for today words. Okay. Now, okay. So he already knows what they're going to talk about because they talked about it before. Now, even in this later on in the conversation, you will see some coaching already happening while they're doing this interview. Hold on. So you're going to sit there and tell me that he's already gone through these questions. This isn't coaching. He's already knows what they're going to ask. He already knows what they want him to say. You'll see it play out in real time in this. Just keep watching. Says, the first thing I want to talk about is I believe that you were a member of Oath Keepers at one point. I was. Is that correct? I was. Can you please tell us how you came about joining Oath Keepers? How long were you in the Oath Keepers and your experiences in Oath Keepers? There was I think it was called the 9/12 March, and I think the Tea Party took credit for it or tried to take credit for it. I took my dad to Washington the first I'd ever been to Washington, and we met Oath Keepers there. we attended a dinner, and I thought they were pretty stand-up guys. They were law enforcement, prior military, and other people that wanted to know more about the oath. So I joined up with them. What year is it that you joined the Oath Keepers? You know, I'm thinking it was 2009, 2010, somewhere around there. And how long did you stay in the organization? Probably a couple years. And did you have any roles where you were member of the Oath Keepers? I oversaw Arizona as chapter president. And why did you eventually leave the Oath Keepers? Hold on a second here. Here we go. And why did you eventually leave the Oath Keepers? There was a push to, not a push. Stewart wanted to, there was some things going on in Washington and Portland. I think it was Portland. It was Portland. And I think that's when Antifa had first come out, and we were seeing a lot of things. They were burning things and doing different things on the news. And he thought that it would be wise if we were going there and try to direct them. Get in with them and direct them to do things other ways. I didn't agree with that, so we kind of split ways. How vague is that statement? I mean, literally, how vague is that? Where is it? There was a push to, not a push. He was already coached on it. Because when somebody, oh no, you can't say it's a push now. Don't let him know. Stewart wanted to. There was some things going on in Washington and Portland. What were it? What are you talking about? It was Portland. I think it was Portland. It was Portland. Sorry, I had to cough. It says, I think that's when Antifa had first come out and we were seeing a lot of things. What things? What were you seeing? Because you ain't saying nothing about it. They were burning things and doing different things on the news. Okay, we all know they were burning things. But what were they seeing? What were you seeing? Other than the burning and doing different things on the news. I mean, you need to provide clarification with that. See, and he thought that it would be wise if we were to go there and try to direct them. Get in with them and direct them to do things other ways. What were those other ways? I didn't agree with that, so we kind of split ways. For long. Got it. They were too radical. Too radical for my likes, so thank you. So now I want to fast forward from the couple of years that you were in the Oath Keepers to the 2020 general election. Did you support former President Trump in that election? I did. And during this period around and after the election, did you have concerns about the election went with the voting and all in 2022? I did. Please tell us about your concerns you had surrounding the 2020 election. Well, you know, there was a lot of hype around it. You listen to some of that hype, but I try not to judge on it. We had something happen in our property, our farm, and we had 2 addresses on the farm. It's kind of unique. And one of those addresses that we do not live at received 5 ballots. Well, no, received 3 ballots, and we received 2 ballots at our location at our address. So I take it they received 5 ballots in total, 3 at the address that they didn't live in, 2 at the address that they did. Okay, so what was the discrepancy behind that? Why was there 3 at one and 2 at the other? Maybe your son was involved with the third one. I don't know. But there is absolutely nothing to fill that out any further. Let's see. My wife actually told the mail carrier to keep one of them and send it back. The other 2 she got, and she tore them up, and she threw them in the trash. Oh, you admit to that. Okay. So she told me about it, and I told her, you can't throw those away. You need to keep those. She took one of them out of the trash. One of them had food on it and kept it. And that was our concern. I don't know if the election was stolen. I don't know that, but I know that there are some concerns, and there shouldn't be concerns with our election. The fact that a lot of that was already hidden. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, and I'm just now realizing I need to lower the bit rate a little bit. Well, it's not showing. Oh, it's not showing up on Twitch. Okay, whatever then. But yeah, you should be clearing this up a little bit more about what this dude is talking about. But they already probably went ahead and did it when they talked to him in November of 2020. Now this is a transcript from when they said they interviewed the man, and then he disappeared. Literally just gone. Nobody knew what was happening with him or anything like that. He just said some things and disappeared. And then there's articles, oh, they ruined my life. Well, we'll see why. All right, it goes on. Thank you. You just got back. Just to go back a second, and I'm going to go back to the Oathkeeper answer. You mentioned Stewart. Does that refer to Mr. Stewart Rhodes? Is that who you were referring to? Yes, sir. Okay. And he was the head of the Oathkeepers at the time when you were communicating with him. With him? Okay, that's a misspell. Yes, he's their president. Got you. Thank you. And for the record, Mr. Aguilar has joined the call by redacted. Okay. So going back, you just said that you did have some concerns about the 2020 election. Did that kind of shape your mentality as we were heading into the December 2020, January 2020 month? Was that in the back of your mind? Abel, Ray Epps is an innocent man who's being turned into a Trojan horse for the far alt-right. Just keep listening. Say that one more time, sir. Your concerns about the voting and you all receiving the ballots in your mailbox, was that shaping how you were viewing rallies at our election in December and January of 2021? Is that fair to say? I think so. So let's now transition into your decision to travel to DC, okay? So President Trump first tweets about the January 6th rally on December 19th. When did you become aware of the rally in DC that was scheduled for January 6th? I can't honestly answer that. I'm sure it was sometime in December. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, because something like that, you really don't think is going to be something huge and major. You may have forgotten the day. That's cool. He goes, okay. I mean, I don't know the exact moment. No worries. When did you decide approximately that you were going to attend the rally in Washington, D.C.? I believe that was the 1st of January. I believe Mr. Kinzinger has a question. Mr. Kinzinger says, yeah, thanks. Hi, Mr. Epps. Just real quick, because I don't want to go back to the Oathkeeper thing again after we've moved twice. When you talked about and the Antifa side of things, you were saying his goal was kind of to infiltrate and influence, like partner, or what kind of influence and sabotage or stray differently? If you know that answer, I just want to know. Mr. Epps says, I believe he was going to try to turn them to our way of thinking. Okay, understood. Thank you. Mr. Epps says, thank you. Redacted. Sorry, I missed that. When did you say you decided you were going to go to DC? Can you just approximate? Was it the end of December? Is that what you said? I believe it was. I believe it was around the 1st of January. It might have been a few days before that. I can look. A little bit of coaching right there. It is coaching. Because the dude said at the very beginning, I don't know exactly what time, but I decided to go on January 1st. He asked, when did you decide you were going to the DC? Can you just approximate? Was it in the end of December? No, he should have left that part out and just let him say it again. And then he believes, I believe it was around the 1st of January. It might have been a few days before that. I can look. Now you change your answer based on a little bit of coaching from Redacted, who should have left out was at the end of December. They know better than that. He says, no worries. No, that's fine. Approximately is fine. Was anyone else in your family or any friends, were they going to the rally? Is that what influenced you in wanting to go on January 6th? Mr. Epps says, well, my son was going to go, and he hadn't let me know that he was going. Probably the end of December, and our workload wouldn't allow me to go. I mean, I had too much going on. So at that point, my wife found out that Jim was going, and she insisted that I go because there was a lot of hype. I mean, people, Antifa stuff going on, all these, there was a lot of stuff going on at that time. So she was worried for his safety. And so we decided to make arrangements so that I could be there. I'd make him clarify, what are you talking about? Antifa stuff, a lot of stuff going on. Clarify exactly what you were talking about with that. When you say Jim, is that your son's name, Jim? Jim is my son. And so it sounds like you are, just to break that down a bit, your son had invited you before you made the decision to go. Yes. And you initially told him that you were able to go because you had work, correct? You weren't able to go because you had work. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Thank you. And to explain to us, so your wife then stepped in and talked to you about possibly going for January 6th. Yes, sir. And what was the concern that your wife expressed to you about why she wanted you to go with your son on January 6th? His safety. What was the safety concern that you all might have had? You mentioned Antifa, but let's just explain that a little bit more. On the news, they're showing cities burning and different things going on. In every place, there was demonstrations, there were fires, people getting shot, different things. And so she was quite concerned, and I had my concerns as well. So we decided that it wouldn't probably be the best that I go. Okay, so they did make him expand a little bit more on that. Good job. Mr. Blyscheck, Redacted. I don't mean to interrupt, but I think that he might want to supplement his answer by stating that you wanted to visit some family relics. There's your coaching. Again, already. Not even getting into anything. There's your coaching. His lawyer says, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think he might want to supplement his answer by stating that you wanted to visit some family relics. You're coaching. The lawyer could have said, excuse me, I don't want to interrupt, but wasn't there before this point, wasn't there something else that was in there that you had mentioned previously? But yeah, coaching in that. You should have left out visit some family relics and it still would have been okay. Oh, absolutely. Yes. Could you explain that to him? So our family originated in Hopewell, Virginia. The peace treaty was signed at our family's property for the Civil War. We had a lot of family history there. My son wanted to visit those things, and I had went with my father years before his passing, so we wanted that experience together. I'm gonna go in there and block Starboy. Trying to give me a second, guys. There we go. Okay. Sorry, we had somebody in Twitch doing the little hey for promotion kind of thing. I'm banning them. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Okay, here we go. So this turned into almost like a father-son trip where you did some sightseeing. Yeah. And you were going to the rally as well? Yes, sir. What was the mood? What was your mood like? The family mood when you decided you were going on this trip with your son? It was exciting. It was exciting. I wanted to show him everything. Had you done this type of trip with your son before, going sightseeing in Virginia? No, sir. No, sir. Eventually, we wanted to take our whole family there and do it. The history and what we had to live up to. Actually, can you pull up Exhibit 1? I believe there were text messages that you were talking about between your family. So I just want to pull that up, and I'll share it with the screen so you can see it. He's going to share the screen. Oh, okay. And we can just scroll down slowly just so that Mr. Epps and Mr. Blycheck can read. Can you go back up to the top? I'm sorry, Jacob. Can you go back to the top? So it looks like there's 3 people in this group chat. Do you recognize this, Mr. Epps? Is that from my phone or my wife's? I don't know. You tell me. It might be from your wife's phone. This is my son, Jim Epps. This is his wife, Bethany, and my grandson. All right, can we scroll down? So this is January 1st. It looks like you sent your itinerary. It says, Dad's booked to join you in DC. Keep scrolling. And it looks like Miss Bethany Epps says, yeah, it just seems like it's the excitement you were just referencing about the announcement you were going on with your trip. Jim? Yes, sir. What was your son's reaction to the news, if you recall? He was excited. He was excited because we get to do it together. I just want to clarify because you said earlier that when your son first asked you to travel in DC and you said no, but then you changed your mind. It looks around the new year to go with him. You didn't change your mind because you had been talking to the FBI or law enforcement, correct? No, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't hear it. Sorry. I would just wanted to make sure it's clear. No, sir. And just say it again. Why did you change your mind? Like, was January 6th going to be for you all at this time? What was January 6th going to be for you all at this time? Okay, there we go. Well, at this time, it was going to be a great vacation and get to see the sights and show him what I had done with my father earlier. Thank you. You can take down Exhibit 1. Now, everybody thinks this dude is a Fed or a Fed informant. So that's why they asked that question. Again, this is a second interview. I have yet to find anything from the first interview. But he's sitting there, hey, did you call or did we have any kind of contact in any way, shape, or form between this? I'm asking you, did you talk to me or anybody else like me for this thing? And no. Yeah, okay. Like, I'm going to believe that shit. It goes on, so who purchased these tickets? Did you purchase your own tickets, your own airfare? My wife. Yes, sir. Mr. Epps, Miss Robin Epps, or Miss Epps, Miss Robin Epps. Is that her name, your wife's name? Yes, sir. And do you know when she purchased the tickets approximately? Would it have been the same day as what you sent? I believe it was the 1st or the 4th. I'm not sure. It was real close to there. Okay. When did you, I saw there was airplane tickets, I believe. But, okay, yeah, I read that right. Okay, and when did you, I saw there was airplane tickets, I believe. When did you plan to, my, damn, comes off again. Anyway, it says, when did you plan to stay when you arrived in DC? As I was hoping I could stay with my son, we looked for another room and everything was booked. So yeah, so we actually had to, he let me stay there. His friend that was with us, he was the youngest of all of us, so he got to sleep on the floor. The hotel actually gave us some extra blankets and stuff. The old man couldn't be on the floor, so we did okay. What? The old man couldn't be on the floor, so we did okay. Words, whatever. And do you remember the name of the hotel you all stayed? It was Washington, or no, maybe the Washington Marriott. Was it in DC or Virginia, Maryland? Do you remember where it was? In DC. Okay. It was a Marriott, is what you recall? Yes, sir. We'll get to that in a little bit more. But before we get there, who is Mr. Nathan Jones? Do you recall that individual? Yes, Mr. Nathan Jones. He's a member of my church, and he put on a, we have the barn that people do different activities in, weddings, celebrations of life, and different things. Event center. Okay. He put on a first aid clinic for people to come and learn about first aid. And when he was talking to us, he had served over in Afghanistan, and he had stressed to everybody that what? He had stressed to everyone that was there that, hey, anything can, okay, that makes sense, even though it's a little bit weird. He has stressed to everybody that was there that, hey, anything that can happen at any time, you need to have those things with you. They will save lives, but put them in your truck. If you're going to a football game, put them in your pack, put them in something, have them with you. You never know when you'll need it. So I had end up purchasing from him some things to take with me on the trip. So let's pull up Exhibit 2. I believe these are the messages that you're referring with, Mr. Jones. But I just want to make sure we're going through them to make sure that these are correct. So these are the messages it looks like with Mr. Nathan Jones. Yes, sir. And can you scroll down slowly just for us to be able to read? It looks like you're asking for tourniquets. Is that correct? Yes, sir. So all the things he taught us how to use. I asked him for. So I guess my overarching question is, you asked for tourniquets in the next message. You asked for combat gauze, breathing tubes. Why were you asking for this? What was for January 6th? Because what was this for January 6th before you head to DC? Was this what you were asking for? This is before I left. This is what I was asking for because all the things going on in the country at the time, I thought, something could happen there. I was hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. Okay, I'll give you that. At least you were preparing. Most people don't even do that. That was actually pretty good. That was a smooth move. So was it fair to say were you maybe not anticipating, but you wouldn't have been surprised if there was violence or something that required first aid at the Capitol? Correct. And I'm sorry, I said the Capitol. Was it the Capitol specifically or in DC? Washington, DC in general. I guess just to help understand your mindset in January 1st through the 4th as you're flying out to DC, right? So it's supposed to be kind of fun for family vacation, but we also see you packing first aid. So what is like your mindset as you're flying out to DC? Like I said before, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. I was hoping nothing would happen, but I carry these supplies in my pickup as well at all times. Okay, I hunt. I carry these supplies. Yeah, good idea. So this wasn't specific necessarily to Washington, D.C. You carry first aid for this for other events in your life routinely. Yes, sir. As you're traveling with your son, did you share some of these supplies with him? Did he carry some of these first aid supplies as well? No, sir. Did anyone have any follow-up, any of the members of staff, about the first aid or the plans to travel to DC? I do. Just Mr. Epps, again, just would the mindset be comparable to, for instance, I pretty much, wherever I go, I conceal carry. I certainly hope to never have to use it, but I have it just in case. Would you say that is similar to you hope to never have to use it first aid? Have to use first aid. Okay, there we go. You have it just in case, but of course, when you don't have it is when you're always going to need it. Yes, sir. Okay, that's great. Thank you. So, Mr. Epps, when did you arrive in Washington, D.C.? On the 5th. When did you say, What did you say? The 5th? Was it the 4th? Actually, let's pull up Exhibit 3. Maybe it was the 4th. No worries. We'll pull up Exhibit 3. It's your flight details. Does it look right? Looks like you left on the 4th? Yes. And then arrived in DC later that evening. Yes, sir. And, redacted, can we pull up Exhibit 4? Is it correct that you also had a rental car for those 3 days in DC? 4 days? Is that correct? Sorry, just for the record. Yes, sir. Absolutely. I had a rental car. Thank you. So I want to stop here. So when you get to DC on January 4th, we talked about your son inviting you out on December 27th. We talked about your decision around the new year to travel with your son. And when you arrived on January 4th, on Exhibit 32, we have your phone records. We're not going to pull it up right now, but it is an exhibit on record right now. And for the period between December 27th and January 4th, I just want to ask you, do you have any conversations or interactions with law enforcement when planning your decision to come to Washington, D.C.? No, sir. Do you have any communications or interactions with law enforcement when packing first aid for your trip to Washington, D.C.? Not that I know of, no, sir. Not that you know of, I didn't. I don't know of any officers that I ever talked to. And going back to your travel out here to D.C., do you recall talking to law enforcement officers or the FBI or anyone once you arrived in DC or on January 4th? No, sir. The night of the 5th, I was trying to protect them from, I don't know what the guys call themselves, Baked Alaska or something. He was trying to incite violence on the police, trying to get other people involved, and I tried to calm him down. I don't believe the police ever said anything to me. So we'll get into the 5th. Okay. Actually, right now. Redacted, but I would also like to note for the record that Redacted Senior Investigative Counsel has joined. Before I move on to the 5th and the 6th, does anyone have any follow-up about the preparation and travel to Washington, D.C.? Mr. Kinzinger. One more question, if you don't mind. No worries. Thank you. Mr. Epps, I want to nail this down, to the perception in your mind. Okay. So I'll preface this with, obviously, we had the riots over the summer. I, for instance, was activated with the guard with those. Your perception was any possible violence would not be necessary for the rally attendees or protest attendees. Your perception from what you had seen is that maybe Antifa would be out there trying to infiltrate or create some kind of violent situation. Is that correct? That is correct. Okay, and you seen reports, or had you heard any reports leading up to that potentially, there were any evidence, or whether it was just, talking heads on the television or radio that potentially Antifa could be there? Yes, sir. Okay, that's it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mind you, I want you to understand the fact that Antifa was organizing all of their riots on Twitter. So it would have been easy to find when they were like, let's go to January 6th. All right, so let's turn to the 5th. Before we talk about the 5th, when did you arrive in Washington, D.C.? A few hours after I did. When did your son arrive in Washington, D.C.? A few hours after I did. And did your son travel alone to D.C.? No, he had a friend, Zach. Do you know Zach's last name? Do you recall? And if not, that's okay. I don't recall it offhand. I'm sure I could find it here. I met him. That was the first time I ever met him. Okay. He's a superintendent for my son. Okay, thank you. So let's turn to the 5th then. Walk us through your day on the 5th, right? You are all staying in the Washington Marriott. It's 3 of you all in the room. What did you all do that morning of the 5th? We go across the street, get some breakfast, jump into the rental car, and go to Hopewell. So you all immediately went, is that sightseeing on the 5th? Yes, sir. Can we pull up Exhibit 5, please? Do you remember what time you all went sightseeing that morning? Just approximately. Yes, you know, I'm not sure what time that picture was taken. Looking at the shadows, I'm probably thinking 9, 10 in the morning. So this looks like text messages, and you can scroll down. All of these pictures from your sightseeing on January 5th? Yes, it is. Where did you all go sightseeing? You said to the town, but where specifically did you go? Hopewell, Appomattox Manor, where the hospital, you're seeing it right there, the Depot Hospital, Field Hospital. That was all on Appomattox property. We wanted to go over to Epps Island, but I didn't know how to get there. I guess there's a way, but we didn't know how to get there. We spent time going to different churches, the cemeteries, looking for our names, our last names. And what? I guess this is south of Richmond, approximately this area? Yes, sir. I guess, what is it? Is that a Civil War site? Were you all actually going, where are you actually going sightseeing? It's all Civil War. Appomattox Manor was Captain Francis Louis Epps, came over from England. He was a ship captain. He brought people back and forth. The King of England gave him 1,750 acres. At that time, became Appomattox Manor. It was a plantation. Oh, a plantation. So your family were slave owners? All right, that's a cheap shot, I understand. I get it, but whatever. Playing by their rules and all, you know. It was a plantation. The peace treaty for the Civil War was signed on that plantation, and it stayed in our family until the mid-70s, the late 70s, and it was sold to Parks and Recreation at that time. Rash, Mr. Blychek, Rash is the name. Zach's last name is Rash. What was that? Rash. Zach Rash. Rash was the last name on Zach. Thank you. Thank you for following up on that for me as well. So it looks like they were going sightseeing. It looks like with family type history. Is that what you all were looking at? Yes, sir. And what was the general mood on that morning? It was a great mood. We're proud of our heritage. My family hasn't always been on the right side of history. Some of them were, and some of them weren't. Some of them were, and some of them weren't. We had a lot to live up to. I mean, that's what we've tried to teach our children. It's a trip that we plan in the future for our grandchildren, that we all go and show off his great heritage that we have. Approximately how long were you all sightseeing that morning? Was it a few hours? Was it half a day? Just how long were you all down in Hopewell and Petersburg? I believe until that afternoon and probably that evening. I mean, we drove around a lot looking at different things. Yeah, probably most of the day, 3/4 of the day. So when did you arrive back in Washington, D.C. area or back in the city? I'm not sure. It could be like generic. Was it nighttime that evening or just, I don't believe it was dark yet. So it's probably around 4-ish, 5-ish. And when you returned back to DC, what did you all do? What was your next steps that day? It was kind of difficult because there wasn't a lot of restaurants open. So I'm trying to, oh yeah. I do remember. We had a gentleman that kept trying to call me while we were gone, and he's from Arizona, and just a second, I can't find it here. I believe his last name is Carver. He had called several times and tried to reach us, so I called him back. He wanted to meet us for dinner, and I had met him one other time at the VFW, and I didn't really remember him, but that's okay. So we met at a small restaurant and had dinner. So we saw on your call records an individual named Paul Carver on January 5th. Is that the individual that was calling you? Yes, it was Paul Carver. Yes, sir. Did you all eat in DC or the Virginia or Maryland side? Do you remember or do you recall where you actually had dinner? Yes, it was the Maryland side, I believe. So after you had dinner with Mr. Carver, I believe, was your son with you during dinner? Yes, sir. And your son's friend as well? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Take us through what happened. What did you do? What did you all do after dinner with Mr. Carver? We went back to the hotel and I went up to the top. I was going to get some shut-eye. I called my wife and get some shut-eye. And that was probably 8-ish or 9-ish. And I spoke with some people in the hotel. I kind of bored my son. So him and his friend went out on the town. Now, not out on the town, just walking around and stuff. And then do you want me to go into that? Oh, no. So I was going to ask, did you end up going out to any of the protest or to Black Lives Matter Plaza or Freedom Plaza that night? Yes, my son gave me a call, let me know that there was a Trump parade going on. There were a few problems down there. There was people trying to incite problems with the police, so I went down there and met him. And yeah, so I ended up going, I think he said it was 11th Street, and I didn't know what Black Lives Matter or BLM Plaza. I didn't know what Black Lives Matter or BLM Plaza. I didn't know what that was, but that's where I ended up. Can we pull up Exhibit 6? And I believe these are going to be messages that you're referring with your son before the evening of January 5th. Before we get to that, can I interrupt for a quick question? Yeah. Mr. Epps, did you mention this gentleman, Mr. Carver, who reached out for you? Did he know that you were coming to DC? I don't think so. I hadn't talked to him before that. I mean, I don't know how he would know, but he kept trying to call me. So when was the last? When he talked to me, he found out I was in DC. I take it he was reaching out to you because he knew you were in DC. Does that, or am I just assuming that incorrectly? He may have known. I don't know how he would have found out that. I don't know how he would have found out because I had talked to him before that, since I met him the first time. In fact, I don't know who he was, but he was from Arizona. He was calling me and we met up. Thank you. So going back to Exhibit 6, give me 1 second. Okay. So going back to Exhibit 6, are these text messages with your son that you were referring? You can scroll down a little bit. Yes, sir. So it looks like, damn it. Stop. Sorry, getting text from my phone. I'm just going to close it down and stop it. Turn it off. So it looks like around 7:50 on January 5th, your son tells you that we joined a Trump parade over on the street if you want to come over. And then you asked him to send you a ping. Is that how you identified where your son was? Yes, sir. So, okay. Walk us through that. You go out to meet your son with the Trump parade. Tell us where you're going once you've arrived. Of course. Give me 1 second. This is actually important here. Okay. Sorry about that. We got there. There's a couple hundred people there, probably. I observed a guy. Oh, there we go. I observed a guy arguing with police. There was a line of police. There was a line of police across there, and this guy was arguing with the police. Didn't understand it. There was a few megaphones there. People trying to, there was somebody screaming about, oh, what's the guy's name? Screaming about one guy, and that somebody else screaming about Antifa, F Antifa, all that kind of stuff. And then people wanted to fight BLM. And just like that, I can't believe this is going on. Are these Trump supporters? At least, and what was it that? And what it was, I don't believe they were Trump supporters. I believe they were trying to get Trump supporters to back their cause. So I tried to de-escalate it. I went over to the gentleman. Well, he's not a gentleman. I went over to the guy. Little cheap shot with that one. I went over to the guy that calls himself Baked Alaska and his words with him. and had words with him. This is not what we're about. We need to stay focused. You guys are not right. You shouldn't be doing this with the police. He was saying that the police broke their oath, you know, calling them all kinds of names and stuff. And I'm sure you can go to their body cams and find everything I was saying. That's perfect. We'll pull that video up now. Before we pull it up, how did you know the individual's name was Baked Alaska? Did you know this person? I found out later. I only know who he was. I didn't know who he was. Okay, at that time. So at the time you were engaging with the individual, you didn't know individual who you didn't know. Is that correct? Exactly. Can we pull up Exhibit 7? And this is going to be a video of you from January 5th. I apologize we're going to play the entire video because I think it's necessary for context. So you can play a video now. Video plays, you don't know exactly which one it is, but maybe probably the one I showed at the beginning of this. Or somewhere around that. So I know that was a longer clip we played, but I thought it was important for you to see the entire context. In the beginning, the individual you're talking to represents 1776, and you say it's about the Constitution. And you said it repeatedly, it's about the Constitution. What do you mean by that? The Constitution is the greatest document ever. I believe this is my own belief. It was God inspired. Almost every country on the planet uses our Constitution to draft up their own. It's very important. If there was a problem with the election, we've got problems. We need people to be confident in our elections. That's what I meant by it. Okay. I've reserved my judgment right now. So you say we're here to do something as well. I guess what were you here to do? And when were you going to do it? We were here to protest our government and let them know that we're not real comfortable with how this election, I mean, it's when there's doubt in people's mind, this kind of stuff happens. Just say it. Why didn't he just say it? I believe there was fraud. Why couldn't he have said that? At the time, I believe there was fraud. But he didn't. He used to run all around language in this entire thing. The language they speak. Tell me there's no coaching on this. Tell me he didn't go through something before. So we hear you just said that we're here to protest. But in the same vein, you said that you might get arrested for saying this, that the group needs to go into the Capitol the next day. So it was the video that I played for you. Why did you think you could be arrested for saying what you were saying? I didn't. I was trying to gain some common ground. This guy was trying to turn public against me. I don't know if I saw it there was on that time, but he was calling me boomer and his generation's fault. And it's his generation's fault that we're in this position we're in. I got caught up in the moment. I said that. As you can tell, didn't want to fight anybody. I didn't want any violence. I was trying to prevent. If you have footage, body cam footage from the police, you would even see more of me trying to stop that kind of stuff. What was the numbers? How did you feel out there? Were the people supporting you? Were there people supporting you, or were you trying to just talk to a large group by yourself? I guess help us understand how the dynamic out there as you were talking to these individuals. Was it 1 against 100? Was it 50 versus 50? I'm just trying to understand. As you were having this conversation, was anybody on your side out there? There was a few. I believe that the ones with the megaphones and cameras were the ones against what I had to say. They were the ones that were trying to drive a different narrative, trying to suck people in. So you said you needed that all you need to go into the Capitol What did you mean by that phrase, go into the Capitol? The Capitol is a people's house, and the rotunda, people can go into the rotunda and see what's happening there. My vision was get as many people in there as we can and surround it, but there, let them know that we're not happy. Be there and let them know that we're not happy with what was happening, and it was, and that was it. No violence. Okay, again, he's dancing around everything. Okay, now he's trying to get people to go into the rotunda to let them know he wasn't happy with what was happening. You can't say it? Any real honest interview like this, you're not going to use roundabout language like that. I would like to note that Mr. Adam Schiff has joined. So at this time on January 5th, you were under the impression that the Capitol would be open on January 6th. Yes. And by open, I mean like open to visitors, like anyone could walk in. Yes, that's what I thought. Yes. And what were you basing this belief that the Capitol would be open upon? Why did you think that? It was a weekday. I believe Redacted and Mr. Kinzinger have questions. Thank you. Mr. Epps, it's interesting. I've seen obviously the part of the video that's made the roundabout. What? I've seen obviously the part of the video that's made the round about the go in the Capitol. Huh? I've seen obviously the part in the video that's made its roundabouts about you saying go into the Capitol. There you go, Mr. Kinzinger. Is that fucking hard to say? Oh my God. Seeing that in full context, it brings a quick different light on it. It brings quite a different light on it. One question I have specifically, when you say go into the Capitol and the crowd chanted no, in the short context, the one that's making the rounds, it looked like they didn't agree. We should not go into the Capitol. We have a different perception seeing it in full context. What was your, and it's fine if it may be in the heat of the moment, but then in those situations you don't remember, but I'm curious. When they yelled no after the Capitol, do you have any perception of why they were all saying no? I don't think I thought about it at the time. Okay. I think I followed up with that peaceably. And it seems to me peacefully. And it seems to me that there were, that their focus at the moment was basically trying to incite violence that night. You were trying to stop violence that night. Is that an accurate assessment on my end? Yes, sir. Okay, that's all I have for the moment. Thank you, sir. Wait, hold the fuck up. No. Absolutely not. And this has been the whole January 6th committee shit. Like they're twisting these narratives. They're trying to twist the whole context of everything. We just played the video at the very beginning. Everybody is against Ray Epps. He's like, let's go into the Capitol. They're like, no, hell no. You're a Fed. We're not doing that. But yet the people that were surrounding Ray Epps were trying to incite violence by hyping everybody up and being like, look, this is a protest. This is a rally. This is what we need to make our voice heard for. And that was inciting violence. But Mr. Epps saying we need to go into the Capitol. We need to let them know we have a problem. That's not. Okay. Sure, I believe that shit. Okay. Mr. Aguilar, nothing. Okay. I have a question if I could. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Schiff, please. Mr. Epps, I want to follow up on that video. You said, well, maybe I shouldn't say this. If I do, I'll get arrested or probably get arrested or something along those lines. And then you said we should go into the Capitol. What made you think that you might get arrested for urging people to go into the Capitol if you believed the Capitol was open? I don't know. It was the heat of the moment thing. I was trying to find some common ground with these people and change their mind. It shouldn't have been said, but I said it. You were trying to change their mind from being peaceful and rallying outside the Capitol, because that was their goal. And you're telling them to go into the Capitol. What? I don't understand the logic behind this. I really don't. Now, when you say it shouldn't have been said, what part of are you referring to? Going to the Capitol, or you might get arrested? Me being arrested. Okay, thank you. I yield back. I just want to confirm, did you not, do you think you understood, you think you should have said that? Or were you comfortable saying go into the Capitol part because at that time on January 5th, you thought the Capitol was open to the public? Exactly. And peacefully. Nah, hold up. It doesn't matter. Because you can look up the operating hours for all these things. The Capitol is no exception. There are operating hours that are open to the public. You can find these operating hours. It's not 24/7 because it's not like a statue or something else in there. This is an actual place of business where the federal government conducts actions. It's not open to the public at all hours of the day. Granted, for being a boomer, you probably don't know that, but you're going to sit there and tell me your son didn't think about that? You're going to sit there and tell me the person that he was with didn't think about that? Because I'm sure the people that were there thought about that. And if you would have Googled that at that time to look into whether it would be open, it would tell you it would have been closed. Now, granted, you're an old man. You probably don't know how to do these things. But everybody else there, probably, most of them, probably did know how to do these things. Don't hand me that bullshit. I don't need to have these headphones on, so. Let's see. I just want to better understand why. Give me the context. You shared with us about what brought you down there. I understand that you were concerned. I'm sorry if you hear my wife in the background. She's playing games. I understand that you were concerned that there were people who were looking to fight the police and so forth. But why did you feel that you needed to engage with these folks for, as sort of ferociously by whatever that word is, and for such an extended period of time? I mean, these people, they're yelling at you. They're telling you to stop. They're calling you names. Why did you feel that it was important to continue to try to engage with them? I believe that one person can make a difference. I've always believed that. Taught my children that. And I really thought I could make a difference and not have them suck people into what they were doing. Fighting the police and different things. And you felt from there, from sort of the rhetoric or the things that were being said and yelled, that they weren't maybe trying to stoke violence against other folks. I did. Thank you. Ow. Let me grab a drink. Serious question. How? Because in that video, what was said? In that video, he's saying, no, this is about the Constitution. Yeah, it's about the Constitution. They're fucking it up. They're breaking this Constitution. Well, this is only about the Constitution. Anybody else? Well, the police are literally violating the Constitution too. No, we need to keep our focus. And what is our focus? We need to go into the Capitol. So you're going to tell me he didn't incite? But the people that were there did? The people that were chanting to him that he's a Fed. You're telling me they had clear intentions to commit violence? I'm going to put these back on because it's more comfortable. It feels better for me. Crap. Good afternoon, Mr. Epps. I just want to clarify what you mean when you say find common ground with them, because I'm wondering if, in the context of having watched that full video, it's fair to see that maybe you recognize those gathered are interested in some form of lawlessness, and you want to prevent that in that moment. Maybe by saying, I might get arrested, you're creating common ground where you're expressing some willingness for someone that might break the law, that might make them listen to you even if you don't actually know or think that you would break the law the next day. Does that make sense? I never intended to break the law. It's not in my DNA. I'm sure you've looked up my record. I don't break the law. It was something stupid that I said. I regret it. It's caused me and my family many problems. No question. I guess then the simpler way for me to ask it then is, what do you mean when you're saying what the fuck? Okay. Let me try that again. I guess then the simpler way for me to ask it then is, what do you mean when you're saying you're trying to find common ground with them? And that's what leads you to what you said? Well, he was trying this character was trying to turn people against me, and I'm trying to turn everything on me. And I didn't want that either. So what about the scenario made you think that was saying what you did, you gave common ground to them? It wasn't a lot of thought put into it. It spurred a lot in the moment. I'm fucking these words up so horribly. It was a spur of the moment thing. It just happened. I don't know. It's been known to say things. I've been known to say things that I probably shouldn't say, and I don't know. It just popped out. Fair enough. Thank you. So at the tail end of that video, Mr. Epps, some people in the crowd start chanting Fed towards you. Do you remember that? I don't. Wait. You don't remember that? You're gonna sit there and tell me something that major in the moment. And I'm sure you've seen video after video after video, because that went fucking viral not too long after January 6th. You're gonna sit there and tell me you don't remember that? I'm gonna call you a liar. Can't prove it, of course, because that's in his own damn brain. But how do you not remember something that major and that did shake you up at that point in time, because you were looking around the crowd like, what the fuck's going on? What do I do? What do I do now? You remember that shit. Stop playing. He says, I don't. I even asked my son. I had a hard time believing it at first. I thought it might have been dubbed or something. I didn't hear it. You didn't hear it? Well, shit. My son said you didn't hear it. So apparently they did. I thought it was raw footage, right? I think this is raw footage, right? This hasn't been doctored, so... But you and your son don't recall the Fed part of that video? We don't recall it. What was your... I think this might have been asked in other ways, or you might have alluded to it, but I just want to make it clear. When you walked down to the Trump parade after your son invited you and you started engaging with these folks, What was your goal walking around there that night? Keep people safe. If you saw some of the other footage, I was asking people to please don't walk behind or walk back by yourself. Walk with other people. That's who I am. That's who I've always been. Keep people safe, help people if I can, and kind of de-escalate the thing. It's not people and not let people get sucked into the wrong not let people get sucked. Not let people get sucked in by the wrong people. It'd been funnier if you said sucked off, but whatever. And keep people safe from who? Like, what was the safety concern caused by? The area in DC can be dangerous. I mean, there's gangs and different things. Was it de-escalating the individuals you were talking to with the actions towards police, or did you like other groups, counter protesters out there that possibly could have been causing the issues that you were trying to de-escalate? They were trying there's only a few that were there by a few. I mean, 5 or 6 that were trying to incite violence with the police, trying to get other people involved in it. And I kind of recognized and I kind of recognized what he was doing, this Baked Alaska. He would try to incite something and then stand off and film it and call it news. I tried to get people not to engage in that. So, Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger says, thank you. Did you have any perception maybe at that time that it's possible that these could have been Antifa provocateurs trying to put a bad name on Trump protesters? What was a concern? Was that a concern? Or maybe it was just kind of somebody trying to create anarchy? Okay. Now, I don't know anything about this Baked Alaska character. Or maybe it was just him trying to put everything on the person that was streaming at that point. But this plays in a little bit later on. I want y'all to remember that. This plays in a little bit later on. I'm going to read it again. Did you have a perception, maybe at the time, that it's possible that these could be Antifa provocateurs trying to put a bad name on Trump protesters? Was that a concern? Or maybe it was just kind of somebody trying to create anarchy? That comes into play later on. Keep that in the back of your mind. I think it was some of both. I mean, I don't know what to think. I mean, they don't walk around with Antifa on their foreheads or anything else, but I didn't know who they were, but they had a different agenda than the majority of the people that were there. It was almost as a party atmosphere for everybody that was there and had good intentions. The hotel I stayed at, everybody was getting along. It was great. There was nobody like that there. So it was more of a party atmosphere, good people and a good place. That's it. Roger that. Thanks. And this is from Redacted asking, so you were with your son the entire time you were down on BLM Plaza? I think they left for a little bit before I did. Do you know what's going on, Joseph? Do you know approximately how long? I ended up walking back myself. Okay, that didn't answer the question. Okay, do you remember what time you returned back to the hotel? Or just give me an estimate or about how long you were there out on the plaza? Oh my gosh, it was a while. It was late when I got back. I'm not positive on the time. I mean, if we look at those texts, I'm sure you can tell. So I believe the text around 10:30, your son asked if you were still out there. Does that seem I've seen it since then. I've seen it since then. I never looked at my text while I was there. So okay. What did you do when you got back to the hotel that night after you left? And also, why did you leave? I guess is another question. Well, it started thinning out a little bit, and it wasn't doing any good. What? Let me try to rewind that a little bit in my head. Well, it started thinning out a little bit, and it wasn't doing any good. What wasn't doing any good? The people leaving wasn't doing good. These guys were going to be that way no matter what. So I decided to leave. A lot I noticed when it started thinning out, most of the grandmas and grandpas and those people were leaving. And when they were all gone, I left. My pink skin is now available in 4K.
Yeah.
No, it's actually, that's why everything else is dark in the background. I've got the HDR setting on my monitor that way. So if you don't have an HDR setting on what you're viewing, kind of looks a little bit dark and the colors are kind of fucked up a little bit. But it's working, and it's actually, the camera's a lot more smooth too, so there's that. The thing. Where was I? Okay, yeah, here we go. So there was an article that was printed in the Arizona. Damn it, stop falling over. So there was an article that was printed in the Arizona Republic shortly after January 6th, and in it, you discussed this video specifically with a reporter. In the article, you described your statement about going into the Capitol as the only thing that I meant is we would go in the doors like everyone else. It was totally wrong. The way we went in was that. What? It was totally wrong the way we went in. Was that what you were quoted as saying? Oh, okay. So he's talking about the article. What do you mean? I think you alluded to this, but what did you mean when you said go in the doors like everyone else? The doors to the Capitol, I'm assuming. Well, yeah, that's the way we get in if we go into any building legally and without force. Yeah, it's called a door for a reason. Okay, whatever. 2:02 p.m. Did you expect that the Capitol would be secured on January 5th if it wasn't opened? If it wasn't open, yes. May I? Yes. Just on that real quick, had you heard any news or anything about the Capitol being closed for COVID restrictions, or were you under the impression that, again, it was open, you could visit, all that stuff? I was under the impression that it was open. Bullshit. So you're telling me you go to a new place and you don't look at their hours of operation? Oh, because what? It's a government thing? Not like a statue or anything. It's an actual building where the government conducts operations. You didn't think to check the time. I'm sorry. I don't buy that bullshit. Okay. I don't think much about it. I mean, your perspective is your reality. Arizona, we don't worry about COVID too much. I mean, I understood. I would expect it to be open. That's my answer. I think that, given any other year, it would have been open. I think that's important to notice or to note. So thank you. I'll hold off a bit. Also, you said it was wrong in the way they went in. How was it wrong? You're talking now in retrospect. How was it wrong when everything went in compared to how you were envisioning January 6th going in on January 5th? They used violence to enter our capital, violence and breaking windows and different things. I wasn't aware of any of that until later on and seeing it on the news like everyone else. That's not law abiding. We're all law abiding people. Without law, it's anarchy. It's not good. Without government, there's anarchy. It's not good. You're going to hear my wife in the background now. She's gotten a little bit louder, but let's see. Where is it? Any government is better than no government. At any point in January 5th, so we've asked you this question about December 27th through January 4th. But now let's just focus on January 5th. Did you coordinate or speak with any law enforcement officials from the FBI or from the FBI? No, sir. Metropolitan Police? No, sir. The CIA or NSA? No, sir. Any other law enforcement officials other than the folks you mentioned earlier you might have interacted with at the plaza as you were de-escalating? No, sir. Okay. Here's the thing. Here's a real good point I want to make. Okay, so you didn't talk to the FBI or law enforcement, right? No Metropolitan Police, the CIA, NSA. What about any other three-letter agency? What about these politicians themselves? Did you talk to them? Because we already know all these three-letter agencies have been weaponized against the people. Now, it would be crazy to think, and it is crazy, but it makes a point. What if an IRS agent said, hey, by the ability given from this person, you do this thing. Now, they weren't Metropolitan Police. They weren't CIA, NSA, any law enforcement. They were the IRS agent that relayed a message to you. Yeah, they ain't thinking about that, and that's part of it. Either way, he would have been able to lie because it's the government investigating the government. I investigated myself, and I did nothing. That kind of situation. All right, so any other law enforcement officials or no. I believe I have a follow-up. Actually, I was going to move on to later that evening. Oh, I know that. I completely know that, and I'll just repeat it for you here. D. Joseph Santos says, Democrats are weaponizing these agencies. Conservative wrote the rules on the agencies live by. Remember that. And you are 100% correct on that. I will not fight that. There is no doubt in my mind that these are the ones that happen. Yes. You know, I agree more often than not with one side, but you know I'm against both sides. All right. Let's see. Mr. Epps, you said that your son and his friend went back to the hotel before you did, or they left the area before you did? Yes, sir. Did they go? Did you see them back at the hotel? Did I see them back at the hotel? Yeah. Or were they somewhere else? No, I went back to the hotel. I saw them at the hotel. It looked like from the phone records and the timing may be off because the way the phone company reports them, it looks like you had a lengthy or 140 seconds. So what's that? 140 seconds is lengthy? That's not even 3 minutes conversation with your son just after midnight. Is it possible that you guys were separated still at that point, or were you back in the hotel room? Yes, it's possible. I had to walk back. I had a rental car, but we were doing a lot of walking because you had to pay for parking. It was hard to get parking spots, so okay. And then you had just shortly after that, just after midnight, you had a conversation with somebody from the area code redacted. It's not one of those numbers that we're able to identify. Oh. Have you had a chance to look through those numbers and see if you could figure out who that person could be? Yes, give me a moment, okay? Thank you. That was on the 5th, right? Looks like just after midnight, so it'll show as the 6th. Looks like you talked to the same, had conversations with the same number that following day, a couple very short calls, and one longer one that day, and one longer one late in the day. You know what? If you could take a short break. Whoa. You know what? If we could take a short break. Sure. And we can come back to this. I don't want to interrupt the flow here. We've been going over an hour. Let's take a short break and come back at 2:15 Eastern time. I believe that would be 12:15 your time, Mr. Epps. That would be great. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Recess. Hold up. Hold the fucking phone. So you're going to sit here and tell me that he had multiple conversations with the same number from an area code they cannot identify, and the longest one was almost 3 minutes worth of time right there at the end of the night. That's why I was saying what I was saying about well, you said any law enforcement. It could have been somebody else relaying a message. Yeah. And then they go to recess after the dude asks the question. They're like, no, let's take a short break. Let's take a short break, which I think it was. Let's see. No, it wasn't. It was a redacted name. It was not his lawyer, because his lawyer is like Mr. Blychek or something like that. It was a redacted name that asked for that break. You're going to sit there and tell me that ain't suspicious at all? He's like, hey, we got this little bit of information here. What's this number? Who was this? You talked to him several times throughout that. Who was that? Nope, we're taking a break. Tell me that's fucking real. All right. Well, leave you with that thought real quick. Let me grab another drink. So you're going to sit there and tell me. And that's why I wanted y'all to remember that one little clip from the beginning about the agencies and everything like that. You're going to sit there and tell me that he didn't really talk to somebody? Let's see. Okay, we're going back to on the record at 12:16 Eastern time. I believe Mr. Epps had an additional counsel in the room. Can you please introduce yourself? Mr. Andrew Blychek. Andrew Blychek, here for Mr. Epps. Okay. I think you were asking Mr. Epps questions. Mr. Epps, were you able to confirm that that number during the break? Yes, I am. That was, tell them the time again, 12:17. Is that correct? It looked like there was a call just after midnight on the 5th. So the morning of January 6th, very early January 6th, there was a call later on 6 as well of 530 seconds. So almost 10 minutes. So at 12:17, January 6th, the morning that the call was, that call was my son, Jim Epps. Yes? Nope. Hold up. You're telling me they looked into this dude. They looked into the phone records and everything. And this is the number that they can't identify who it was? They can't identify who his son's number is, and this dude was under investigation and brought in for questioning multiple times? Okay, I believe it. So at 12:17, January 6th, that morning, there was a call with my son, Jim Epps. Yes. And then the next call at 12:19 was my brother, Scott or Darnell Epps. I'm not sure which, because it was their company. It shows up as 911 Heating and Cooling. Got it. You're telling me that the federal government doesn't know what that number is? You're telling me that they didn't know it was Scott or Darnell Epps from 911 Heating or Cooling? I mean, hold the fuck up here. You're talking about a federal government that found Saddam Hussein in a fucking hidey hole, but they don't know where that number is? They can't go and find that? Out of all, they can weaponize all the information that they... No, shut up. That's some bullshit. got it. You have to remember, in Arizona, it was earlier than it was where we were at. Yeah, so it was the call where your brother, one of your brothers that I was referring. Hey, babe. I just heard this loud crash behind me. So, all right. Sorry about that, guys. My wife's playing games behind me, talking to some friends. She dropped her headset. All right. So where was I? Yeah. So it was the call with your brother, one of your brothers that I was referring to. So thank you very much. I wanted to make sure for the record that we identified that call that night. Do you remember why you would have talked to your brother that night? Did he call me or did I call him? Let's see. It looks like it's an outgoing call, so that means you called him. Just calling him to let him know how things were going and what I observed that night. Okay, thank you. That's all I have on that. Going back to the common ground answer you gave us earlier, did you receive any de-escalation training or anything like that while you were in the military, Mr. Epps? You know, we did a little bit of that. They trained us to do riots a little bit, not a lot. And any other follow-up another follow-up I had, just to make sure, did you use any encrypted messaging applications during this time, like Signal? No, sir. Okay. Did anyone else have any questions about January 5th before we move on to January 6th? Did you have any other phone that you used during that time frame? Another cell phone? Another cell phone? No, sir. You didn't have a burner phone or some other phone that you were using temporarily for, you know, other than the phone that was registered to you? No, sir. And is that true during the week? You didn't use any phone other than the phones beside the one that we've been using to look at the phone records? This is all right. Whatever. No, sir. I had no other phones. So you're telling me that somebody else didn't be like, hey, they want to talk to you for a second. You know how many other people's phones that I've talked to on a regular basis? Family, friends. I mean, I'm pretty sure every single one of you have talked to other people. So you're going to sit there and tell me that anybody surrounding this man, they didn't pull the records for? Really? I mean, they're able to. Straight up. Without your consent, without your knowledge, they're able to grab that. That's in the actual terms of service for any cell phone company, that if ordered by any law enforcement, that they will give those records over. Some of them even do it without a subpoena. So yeah, you gonna tell me they didn't look into any of surrounding things? Come on. Let's see. All right, let's move on now to the morning of January 6th. So the night of January 5th, you stayed in your room with your son, in the room with your son and your son's friend. Is that correct? Yes, sir. So let's walk us to the morning. You wake up. Tell us what you did. Tell us what all you did the morning of January 6th. The morning of, we got up early. I went across the street. There's a convenience store that has a little kitchen in it. We got some breakfast sandwiches and headed out to the plaza and got there early. There was quite a few people there. The crowd hadn't showed up yet. So do you know approximately what time you arrived at the plaza? You said it was early. The crowd wasn't too large. Give us an estimate approximately what time it would have been. Give me a second, I'm pouring a drink. Let's see. Probably 6-ish, 6 to 7, somewhere in that range. Why did you all go out that early, so early in the morning? Well, we didn't want to be in the back. We wanted to be in the front. And we wanted to, if something was going to happen, we wanted to know where the vehicles are at. If there was an EOD, I mean, like explosive ordnance of any kind. If there's vehicles in the area, just get in an area, the surroundings and the escape routes. Hold the fuck up. Hold up. Serious question right now. The dude was thinking about explosive devices, right? Do y'all remember why AOC was evacuated? Where she claimed that was January 6th, like the rioters had gotten in to her office, is what she was saying, that she thought she was going to die, and that police officer that she tried to shame because she broke protocol, ran to the bathroom in her office and hid. And then the cop comes in. Where is she? Where is she? I felt like I was going to die. I felt like I was going to get graped. Do y'all remember that at all? All that happened an hour before even the first barricades were broken at the Capitol. She was in her office, which is a block away from the Capitol, catty corner from it. Y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that the DNC and RNC, close to the Capitol, were evacuated because they had suspicions of explosives being planted in backpacks outside the building? Outside both buildings, by the way. So why was he worried about explosives? I mean, that's something normal people don't think about. I mean, do you expect a car bomb to go off when you're in a crowded area? Hell no. Do you expect a bomb to go off in a crowded area? Hell no. Yes, this dude is military trained. I get it. He's had something to understand how this goes on. But the only explosives that have ever been used in any kind of riot whatsoever at this point were fucking fireworks. That's it. They burned buildings. But the only explosives ever used up until this point were fireworks. So you want to get out and get running from a bottle rocket? You want to know where your escape routes are for a bottle rocket? Hold the fuck up. When you say get there early, are you referring to the rallies at the Ellipse? Is that where you went that morning? Yes, sir. And it sounds like you were trying to make sure you were aware of the escape routes or any types of possible danger. What, again, I asked this question about the other days. What was your mindset heading into the January 6th rallies themselves? That there could be problems, with everything that had happened previously to that. Things you watched on the news, Portland, places on the East Coast as well. So my mindset was keep safe, avoid potential problems. What was the general mood, right? You said on January 5th, people you described as pretty happy. It sounded like, other than a few disturbances, what was the general mood on the morning of January 6th? It was kind of a party atmosphere. Everyone was there, happy, in good mood. It was good. I mean, everybody seemed happy. And in the terms of preparing for the escape routes or danger, where did you normally get your information? I guess to inform of possible threats or the climate. When did you go to an event? Any sources you describe of those, or just describe those for us? Just watching the news, Fox in general at that time. Was your son? I think you said your son was with you. I lost that track there. Was your son? I think you said your son was with you when you went out that morning to the rally. Yes, sir. My son and his friend. And did you stay for the start of the rally? I guess when you arrived. Yes. The rally started, yes, and we stayed. We were there for the beginning. Yes, sir. Approximately how long did you stay for the rally? I guess, do you remember what speaker you might have? Do you remember what speaker you might have seen? Just describe to us the rally. I can't read. We're breaking down already. All the way up to President Trump. Why did you leave President Trump when President Trump started speaking? There was a group that started running towards the Capitol. I mean, they were moving quite fast. And so I thought, you know, what? I want to be in the front. I'll try to get up there. So you're telling me. Hold up. You're telling me that a group of people took off from the rally as soon as Trump started speaking and they were running towards the Capitol. What Trump supporter would do that? Now, honest question. At that time, everybody was around him. Everybody was hanging on to every word he ever said. So anybody that was there for him, who would have taken off as soon as he started speaking? I mean, that's the point for why they were there. So who would have taken off as a Trump supporter? Come on now. Let's engage that brain a little bit. I'm gonna smoke. Okay. And on the way there, I noticed that it was some of the people that were there the night before. They had blowhorn. They were trying to incite people and stir things up. I thought it important that I get up there, and I did. Mr. Kinzinger, thank you. Let the record show that you have been joined by a four-day-old. What? Mr. Let the record show that you have been joined by. Oh yeah. Okay, I understand what that was. That was the that was his, I think it was his granddaughter or something like that was in his hand. Mr. Epps, I remember something about that. Okay. Mr. Epps, I want to ask you, you talked about the mindset getting into the rally and getting there early as the escape routes. Was it your possible understanding that maybe there were provocateurs, be it Antifa, be it a terrorist attack, anything like that? That's what you were in essence mentally prepared for? Terrorist attack, Antifa, all of it was a threat. So, you know, it's better to be prepared than not. So I understand. Thank you. So you said that you started heading towards the Capitol before President Trump started speaking because you saw a crowd of folks running in that direction. Is that what you said? Right. And I believe he had started speaking. Okay. But he wasn't too far in his speech. Can we pull up Exhibit 9, please? And we can play that. It's a video shown. Don't know what video they showed in any of that. There's no record for that there. So it says, so around what time you were instructing other rallies attendees to go to the Capitol? What time was in this video, if you can recall? That's before the rally. Okay. Therefore, the rally and speakers started speaking at the rally? Right. So at this time, it was your intention to go to the Capitol when President Trump was done speaking? Yes. And I guess, when did you get that idea? When did you have the idea to go to the Capitol after President Trump's speech? It was pretty common knowledge that everybody was going to the Capitol. I was just trying to help out. I mean, yes. Okay. There was a lot of rallying behind that. There was organization to hear Trump speak, and then wasn't because of Trump. It was already organized that they were going to actually go to the Capitol to protest outside the Capitol before or after Trump was done speaking. At that point, there were already a lot of talk behind that. Okay, let's see. I was pointed in the direction of it, trying to show them where it was at, making sure that they would be there. Did I skip something? Yeah. Okay. And so if it was common knowledge, I'm just trying to understand, why were you instructing the crowd to go to the Capitol after President Trump's speech? I was pointing in that direction of it, trying to show them where it was at and making sure that they would be there. Okay. Did anyone tell you to announce that? Sorry, hold up. Did anyone tell you to announce this direction to the crowd or go to the Capitol after President Trump's speech? Was hired 100%, 1000%. Not sure if Fed's hired or Soros, but definitely a plant. And so glad we caught his ass on camera. That's what sparked all this, brother. And I'm going to leave it in the comment section on this video for both Rumble. Apparently, I'm not streaming to Rumble because I forgot to set that up. My bad. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and download this from YouTube and upload it to Rumble. And I'm going to put the links for everything in here so you can actually read this yourself and watch the video that I showed at the beginning. But yeah, I need to find that video as well of him whispering in that dude's ear, and then immediately the dude starts trying to tear down the barricades. I need to find that one as well. And I'll link that with that as soon as everything's done. But yeah. Did anyone tell you to announce this direction or to the crowd to go to the Capitol after President Trump's speech? No, sir. Any law enforcement official advised you to instruct the crowd to go towards the Capitol after President Trump's speech? No, sir. Like I said, law enforcement? I mean, it could have been that he got a call from somebody's advisor. Even in the area code he was at, he got a call from somebody relaying information. I mean, they brought up that one area code that they couldn't identify, and he's like, "No, that was my son." You telling me that they didn't know that already? Oh yeah. I also had a call for about 10 minutes for, somebody from 911 heating and cooling or something like that. Yeah. I talked to him for about 10 minutes, letting him know what's going on. You telling me they didn't know that exactly? You telling me that they knew the number but didn't identify the number? I call bullshit. As I said before, I had some questions about the election. It wasn't, a lot of people have problems with the election, be it for different reasons. Again, who talks like this? Again, if it were a Trump supporter, if it were a real Trump supporter giving his honest testimony, would he not say, yeah, I had questions about the election? What about all that other bullshit about the, everybody, the pipe bursting, everybody shutting down at the same time? Apparently there were data dumps in the middle of the night because from what they said, they were tabulating all night long, and the chain of custody throughout the ballots and everything. You didn't talk about any of that. You danced around every fucking bit of that. What Trump supporter who's actually paying attention would do that? Okay. I thought it was important that our elected officials know we had a problem with the election. We shouldn't have a problem with the election. And so it should be obvious who won, and there shouldn't be room for doubt. So I understand. Back it up. Hold up. There are multiple times. I've even gone back and looked myself. There are multiple times in our election process since World War II where there have been questions about the elections. There have been lawsuits about the elections. George W. Bush won off of a lawsuit. Junior, the bumbling idiot that was there for 9/11. Yeah. There are a lot of times throughout it. I mean, fuck, y'all remember that, the Clinton-Trump thing. Clinton to this day still denies the 2016 election, but we're not supposed to be able to deny the 2020 or 2022. Even though people like Stacey Abrams have questioned it. She says both of her elections were stolen because of racism. Clinton says, even though it's been 100% debunked the entire way through, and it took years to do so, Clinton says that the 2016 election was stolen from her because of Russian interference that the Mueller report was supposed to show, but found out that there was not a damn thing in that. Even Twitter itself, they were just like, hey, is there any kind of Russian propaganda that you're seeing? And Twitter's like, meh. Actually, the Russian usage is down. Yeah, it was down from normal at that point in time. The Russian collusion hoax? Yeah. But yeah. Let's see. So you stated you walking to the Capitol and you saw a crowd of people walking or running towards the Capitol. And it just helped me understand. This was before or after President Trump started speaking? I believe it was right after he started speaking. Okay. So President Trump starts speaking around noon. Is that around the same time, I guess? Is that around the same time, I guess, now that you're starting walking towards the Capitol? Is that fair? About that time, yes, sir. And who are you walking with during this time? Who were you walking with to the Capitol, if anyone? I wasn't walking with anybody. I called a few people out the way there that had megaphones, megaphones that were trying to incite things and, trying to get them to stop. And then we were at the Capitol. Were the people with the megaphones saying that? What were the people with the megaphones saying that made you want to say something to them? And then what? It was the same rhetoric that they were spreading around the night of the 5th. F Antifa, George Soros, and all that. The same stuff. And what were you saying to them in response? It's not about that. The one girl was saying, we're trying to get everybody all riled up about Antifa. And I told her, I think you're probably Antifa trying to incite things. And then she stopped and ran ahead. But boom. All right, so this dude calls that shit out, right? Somebody's sitting there saying, let's go, let's start something, yeah. And he's like, no, you're probably Antifa. And then she shuts up and takes off. But what was the left saying about all that shit? When all that shit was, after all this shit went down and people were just like, Antifa was there. There's video of people changing clothes in a bush. These people took off before Trump was done speaking. They're on the roads trying to incite shit. But you're trying to sell me Antifa wasn't there to prove it? To show you evidence? And these are the people that vote, that have a say in how you live your life. Common sense is a fucking superpower, I understand that, but you can put two and two together to get 4 every day of the week. Now, causation does not equal correlation, or whatever the fuck that is. Or correlation does not equal causation. I get you. But again, cause and effect. Shit happens. Damn well they were causing problems throughout all of 2019, leading up into throughout all of 2020, leading up to 29 or to the election kind of thing. You're going to tell me they weren't there for the biggest moments? All the culmination of everything that they were working towards, that they were protesting, that they were burning down things. You're going to tell me they weren't there? I don't believe it. Okay. Someone wants to make sure I've got this straight. At this time, you're not with your son or his friend anymore at this point. No. Do you know where they were? Your son and his friend? I don't know where they were. Approximately when did you all get separated? Was it during the rally? Just when you started walking towards the Capitol? When I started walking towards the Capitol. I'm not sure how long after I had left that they left. Okay. So a man who's all about family, he's there with his son. You're going to tell me that that man did not tell his son in any way, hey, there were some people running that direction. I'm going to go that way. And his son's like, all right, cool. I'm going to stay here. You going to tell me that he didn't tell his son that? Someone who's all about safety and knowing the exit routes and knowing where he's with, the people he's with, and trying to keep them safe as well. You're going to sit there and tell me that he did not tell his son that he was leaving. Military trained, knows that he must say where he's going, knows that somebody must know where he's at. You're going to tell me that he didn't? Come on now, let's put it all together. He said, when I started walking towards the Capitol, I'm not sure how long after that they left. Okay. And I guess... Sorry. And I guess because you explained earlier that Mr. Epps in particular kind of talked to you into going to January 6th. On January 6th to, one, have a family trip, but also look out for your son. Is that fair? Yes, sir. Yeah. So just help me understand, then why would you leave your son during the rally move to the Capitol? We was taking turns on the corner trying to keep our seats. Your seats would appear and disappear pretty quickly. So your seats would disappear pretty quickly. So we were kind of taking turns doing that. We did get separated. I'm not sure what my thought process was there, except I needed to be in the front. I don't know how long they left. I think they probably left pretty soon after I did. I don't know. I don't have any answer to that. No worries. You said you wanted to get out in front just now, I guess, and I think you have alluded to this before, but you were trying to get out in front of as you started walking towards the Capitol. Well, there's a few different reasons. One, we were freezing our butts off. It was cold out. If we were going to get to the Capitol, I wanted to be inside. My son since had referenced the same thing. We weren't dressed properly for it. Okay. Whatever situation it really is, but you're going to sit there and tell me a military man who has training is not going to think of looking at the weather report that day? I mean, come on. You're telling me you wouldn't look at that weather report for that day to understand what you need to be dressed as? Because God forbid you be like a Russian lady of the night and wearing skimpy shorts and short dresses and all that. And what? Very low double-digit numbers? Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Especially you being as old as you are. You're going to tell me that never crossed your mind? Picking apart little things every bit of the way? Because it plays a part. If you're going to sit there and lie to me about that, what else are you going to lie to me about? But yeah. If we were going to the Capitol, I wanted to be inside. My son had since referenced the same. We weren't dressed for it properly. 2, I didn't want any fighting to break out or any, I'm going in the wrong direction. So at this point, Marines are always in the front, not the back. So at this point, you're still under the assumption that you're going to be able to go into the Capitol. The Capitol was open? Yes, sir. And what was the mood of the crowd as you were walking in the direction of the Capitol shortly after noon on January 6th? Again, I want to stress, number one, you can look at their business hours and know that during something like that, it will be shut down. Never crossed your mind that the people aren't allowed into a building when a major event that, mind you, Donald Trump said, hey, let's bring out the National Guard, and Muriel Bowser and everybody's just like, no, we don't need to do that because of the optics. It may look bad. You're going to tell me that during the lockdowns on COVID and everything, that you didn't think to look at the hours of operation for that building at that point in time? Now, people are stupid. I'll grant you that. People are fucking stupid. And we can chalk this up to stupidity because, it kind of, it's something I would expect from people nowadays. But I doubt that you didn't check this out yourself. Anyway, the people that were there, like I said before, there weren't many, but it had started at that point. The megaphones and all that, it was more of it changed. It was more of a, we've got to get there now type. How do you explain it? It was like an urgency to get there. And I didn't really understand it, but I wanted to be there to see what was going on. So you said you didn't really understand it. What did you perceive? I guess the urgency to be centered around? I didn't at that point. I didn't. But the majority of people that were going up early, they were not your grandmas and your grandpa. You know, they weren't us fat guys. Oh, so now you're fat shaming. Okay. I'm going to... It's whatever at this point. But yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Where were the people that were going there over early? Did you recall what they were dressed in? I guess a demographic of their age. Do you recall any of the detail? You know what? The age, probably mid-20s to mid-30s. I didn't notice any uniforms or any of that until we got up there. And off to the left, I was looking at the Capitol, first barricade. If you looked off to the left, I noticed the group. There may have been 20 to 30, and they looked like they were in uniform, kind of khaki-looking uniform with an orange hat. I didn't know who they were, and I thought to myself, they're not. As they started going the other way for a moment, and I thought, well, they've got something else going on that's not part of this. They've got something else that's going on that's not part of this. By the way, I think he's talking about Patriot Front with the khakis and orange hats and shit like that. You know, Patriot Front has that whole thing of there's a lot of suspected feds in that. Kind of like the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping thing, you know, where 12 of the 16 that were involved in that were fed or fed informants. Yeah, there's nothing fishy about any of that, is there? Okay. Later on, my son had told me that he saw that as well. I don't know what that was. I'm sure you could identify them if you look at the film. So the part that stood out was the orange hats, you said. That's how you kind of recall? The orange hats, I think it was khaki or green. I'm not sure. Uniforms. Can we play Exhibit 10, please? Video shown. Give me a second. While that video is shown that we can't see, I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Sorry, my hand. Right. So the video shown. We don't know what the video is or anything like that. That's not a thing that we know of. Ah. I need to move that fridge closer to me. It's off in the distance a little bit, but yeah. So the video plays. Thank you. So just to help us again with the timing approximately, if you left around noon, what time did you think you arrived at the Capitol? Like, did you stop anywhere? Did you go straight to the Capitol? Straight to the Capitol. I think I stopped to use one of the restrooms. So approximately about an hour, 30 minutes. How long did it take you to walk down to the Capitol? It didn't take that long. I'm not positive. Maybe 20 minutes. The Capitol's like not even 2 miles away from the ellipse where Trump was speaking. So it took you 20 minutes to do that? Now I can understand you say you're stopping along the way, talking to people and everything. You use the bathroom, 20 minutes. Okay. So it looks like you're on the west side of the Capitol here, and you're talking to an individual. And you know what? I want to see something real quick. $12:53. President Donald Trump tweets that Republicans need to. Okay, no. Boom. Trump says they've amassed overwhelming evidence. Trump tells his supporters. Trump starts speaking roughly around 11. No, 11 p.m. Okay, I think that's supposed to be 11 a.m. They fucked this up. Okay, so the dude starts speaking at about 11 a.m. A couple minutes later, Ray Epps leaves, and he's at the Capitol roughly 20, 30 minutes later, so around anywhere between 11:30 to 11:45. Okay. First barricades were broken around 1 o'clock, right? Evacuation house. Rioters push past the police and offer announces that it is now effectively a riot. I don't exactly remember the time frame. Okay, so the dude was there. He was there around 11:30, 11:45. And you know, the first barricades of the place were broken before Trump was even finished speaking. Okay. Trump finishes speaking around 1:13. So this happened roughly around 1 o'clock or a little bit around that, anywhere between 1 to 1:15, somewhere around there. I don't remember exactly in my mind exactly when the first barricades were pushed in. But the dude's been there for over an hour, almost 2 hours, right? Hour and a half or so. So let's see. Approximately an hour, 30 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. So it looks like you're on the west side of the Capitol here, and you're talking to an individual in plaid red shirt. So you're not with your son at this point. No. And describe the scene here. Is it right where you first arrived at the Capitol, or had you been there for some time? Just help us understand how long you had been there in this. Right when I got there, I don't recall saying that to him. I told a lot of people that day to drop things. They were carrying sticks or picking up sticks or bars or whatever they had. I said to a lot of people, you need to put that down. You could get shot, that kind of stuff. I don't recall doing that at that point because my mindset changed when I saw the barricades. I knew we weren't going in. I mean, it just wasn't going to happen. It's not my DNA to break the law. All right, you said that twice. Yeah. That's an appeal to emotion kind of situation, but whatever. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know how they got that footage of that because I don't know. I don't even remember saying that at that point when we go in, I don't remember that. Early in the conversation, you were talking about what your mindset was with that, and that it was a spur of the moment kind of thing, but now you're saying you don't remember saying it? When you saw the barricades, did that sort of convince you that the Capitol was not open for business, you know, as we discussed a little while ago? Yes, sir. And did you consider just going back and joining up with your son at that point? Well, I figured at that point we would all be together and they would see us outside the gate. Hold up. I'm going to do this. I want to see if I can find that real quick. Washington Examiner. This is important that exact moment the siege of the Capitol building began.
Let's go! Fuck this shit! We tell you dude, you back the fuck off! You back off! No more! Move! It's our house! It's our house! We pay your bills! We pay for this mess we put up! For some bullshit! Hold my backpack. Hold my backpack. Hold on.
There he is. Hold up. Hold the hell up. There he is with the backpack. He goes up. Whispers to the dude in his ear. And he immediately starts pushing. And they break the barricade. Immediately. One more time. Dude had no problem. He was just sitting there yelling at the cop. Epps pulls him back. They start pushing. He goes through. Now, you can sit there and say he tried to call him back a little bit. It wasn't the dude in his that he was in the ear of that started that. Let me ask you a question. If you were trying to calm somebody down and they push past you trying to get into the gate like that, would you not try to pull that person back? Because I would. Throughout the entire thing, after, where the hell is he? Right behind. Not trying to help, not trying to stop. He's right behind the entire time. They got through the barricades. This fight starts. Where's Epps? Why is he not trying to help them stop? If that's what you were there to do, to de-escalate the situation, why are you not trying to pull people back? You gonna sit there and tell me that this motherfucker was there to de-escalate? Shut up. Shut up. All right. Where it is? Was it? Yeah. Okay. Once you saw the barricades, that sort of convinced you, yes, sir. And did you consider going back and joining up with the son at that point? Well, I figured at that point we would all be together, and they would see us outside the gate. Many people that was there. I wouldn't have seen shit. Not anybody that I knew. Because I'd have had to scan thousands upon thousands of faces to see if I recognized anybody. Shoulder to shoulder, asshole to elbow, I wouldn't have seen anybody that I knew. Okay, but did you say when we go in to that guy in the video, right? Did you say when we go in to that guy in the video, right? I don't remember saying that to him. Not at that point, no. See if we can catch that. Yep, right there. As soon as he starts whispering. He said, when we go in, I think we need to go peacefully. I'll give him that if he said that. Yep. That's exactly what he said. Okay. I don't remember saying that at that point too. No. Okay. So you don't remember saying when we go in, okay. Okay. But did you still think that you might be heading to past the barricades at some point? I don't recall. My mindset changed at that point. The only way to get in is get past that. Wait, I don't recall. My mindset changed at that point. The only way to get in is get past that, and I didn't plan on going in after I saw that. At that time, did you think that the individuals that you were surrounded by were going to try and break through the barricades? No. Okay, I give you that. Did you think they were actually going to do it? No, but when you actually started whispering into that dude's ear, people were breaking the barricades on the side. The dude that you were whispering to probably ignored what you were saying. I'll give you this. I'll give him this on that. Probably ignored what you were saying, pushed past you, and started going through the barricades as well. Then why in the fuck didn't you grab him or anybody else? You were there to de-escalate, sir. You were there to de-escalate. So if you were trying to de-escalate, would you or would you not try it your damnedest to start pulling people back from the gate? Because I damn sure would have. Yeah. At that time, did you think you were going to break through the barriers? No. What did you think of? What did you think of the folks that you were trying to talk? What did you think of the folks that you were just talking about? I mean, you described them that they were carrying sticks and other items. What did you think they had these sticks for? I didn't see a lot of sticks until after it escalated a lot further. I didn't see a lot of stuff. That's why I had a hard time believing that it was said right then. I don't know what you said about that. I don't recall that happening. I don't know what you say about that. I don't recall that happening. Okay. So you saw the video just now. And why would you engage with this man, or let's say it's another person right outside the west side of the Capitol? Why were you walking around engaging with individuals? Because they were trying to incite the police and cause problems with them, and I just thought I could do some good, but I couldn't de-escalate it. You just told him when we go in. I'll give you the fact that you might have said when we need to go peacefully, but you said while you started whispering to him when we go in. Now, dude, you weren't there to de-escalate. The night before, you were saying we need to go into the Capitol, and they were screaming, Fed, 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 Fed. And you're somehow trying to de-escalate because you want to reach some kind of common ground with them, saying that they need to break the law. Yeah, see, this is, like I said, this is the second conversation. This is the second interview. I have yet to be able to find. Now, I didn't even find this one. I learned about this through, what's the dude's name? Robert Esquire or something like that? Esquire. Something like that. But anyway, I learned about it through another dude's stream where to find this information because this one skipped over me too. Apparently, this has been available for a while. Just people are now catching on to it. But this was back on January 21st. See, where are we at? What page? 50. Page 50 of 97. This happened Friday, January 21st of 2022. Okay. Let's see. When you say incite the police, how are they trying to incite the police? Describe their behavior. Calling them oath breakers and, you know, they're on the wrong side, calling them every name in the book. I mean, there was a lot of name calling, a lot of things like that. Pretty much that. Okay. So, we've seen a lot of police malfeasance, I guess would be the best word for it. We've seen a lot of the I'm just doing my job type situation. We've seen a lot of you are to protect and serve. You hold an oath to the Constitution and to the law. We've seen a lot of breaking of that because I'm just doing what I'm told. They are earthbreakers. Because that was peaceful until there was resistance. That was a peaceful protest. Now, yes, I get it. You're supposed to keep them out. But what about those cops that were letting people in? Y'all remember that? Pretty sure I can find it here. The results from DC. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just try this then. I should have brought this up too, but DC please. I don't think we're gonna be able to find that through that shit because wait. Try this. I don't even know how that's gonna fucking work with Rumble. But yeah, there's a video that floats around where the cops actually let these people in. They're like, well, I don't agree with what you're doing, but I agree to your right to protest, and they wave people in. But what about that? I should have brought it up beforehand. I didn't think about it till now. But yeah, that's a video flying around out there too. What about that? We're about when they opened the barricades and let these people in, not only past the barricades, but they let these people into the Capitol itself. What about that? Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. There is AOC.
These insurrectionists, like Antifa, and that there were actual officers working with this, and we never got to the bottom of that, and we never got any answers about that, and then to this day we're just supposed to pretend that that never happened. I have no idea what happened to the people on the inside who were very clearly sympathetic with what was going on and opening the doors wide open for that. And I'm supposed to sit here and pretend like none of that ever happened, and then right afterwards you have a massive, you just have this idea that throwing money at that problem is going to make it go away without any accountability. And so this is where these things are breaking down. We're not safe, and it's not just about members of Congress not being safe. The food staff workers aren't safe. The janitors aren't safe. Like, we need to get to the bottom of this. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Congressman.
Yeah, even she admits that the Capitol Police were letting people in that day. But anyway. Says Mr. Epps, would you say that was a pretty high adrenaline moment? Kind of, a lot going on. You're trying to take in a lot of details and act. And also, was there still maybe a concern at that point in the back of your mind that there could be, and I know I keep going back to this, but there could be maybe Antifa seated throughout trying to provoke something. Sorry. Beer burp. Let's see. I know we keep going back to this, but there could be maybe Antifa seated throughout trying to provoke something bigger. Was that a concern? At the time, I know there were people there trying to do other things from the night before, and it was pretty much the same that morning as well. And pretty high adrenaline, a lot going on. A lot of people, it's almost like rage. These guys, and you saw it shortly after that, it was almost like they were enraged the whole time. Like they were losing their minds. I didn't understand it, but that's what was going on. Sir. I want to go back. Hold up.
We don't want to fight Americans. We need to make a difference with these morons that's making the decisions. That's what it's about.
They don't care.
Don't let them sidetrack you. We already tried that, homie. We already tried that. It's over. We already tried that. It's over. No. Yeah. Tomorrow, you're in the minority, my friend. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Guys, I'm not saying, you know what? I know what we've been doing hasn't worked.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put it out there. I'm probably going to go to jail for it, okay? Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol.
What? No! Peacefully! Fed! Peacefully! Fed! Peacefully! We are freedom!
Absolutely not, sir. No, you don't get away with that lie. You admitted it earlier. Oh, you don't remember? That video's right there. They played the video. You don't get away with that. Okay. Let's see. I don't understand that that's what's going on. That's because you put it in their fucking heads in the first damn place, asshole. You were one of the ones that actually instigated the shit. Don't sit there and play like you did not. There is too much video evidence against you. Meanwhile, keep this in mind. There were people that were locked up for almost 2 years without legal counsel, denied medical rights. Our government couldn't even get in touch with these people. They were denied the access to see these people. He still roams the fucking streets. Thank you. They definitely had an agenda. Approximately how long were you around engaging with the individuals like this, saying, for example, don't take this in, or let's calm down? How long were you walking around the west side of the Capitol doing that for? Not very long. I mean, it happened pretty dang quick. This is a great segue. Could we play Exhibit 11? It's another video from, I believe, shortly after this video we just watched. The video shown. So do you remember when this conversation, do you recall talking to this individual with their hat on backwards? That was the video that we saw with, the dude turned around his hat and he whispered into his ear. He said, when we go in, and I'm going to give him credit and say, we need to go peacefully. And then right after that, the dude went after the barricades because he saw to his left, they were already pushing. So the dude did probably push him to the side. But you already said, when we go in, that was your first words to the dude. Had it been, you need to stop, maybe he might have listened. Because your first words to him were, when we go in, not we need to stop. You can't give me that shit. No. That is not somebody that needs to be free at this point. Let's see. Okay, so you remember when this, I do. Can you help us orient when this conversation happened versus the video before Exhibit 10 that we just watched? I believe, I'm trying to remember because there was a fence here and a sidewalk that went up, and I think that's where the last one, what? I believe I'm trying to remember because there was a fence here and then a sidewalk that went up, and I think that's where the last one that you're showing to me, it happened so quick. I don't understand what the fuck you just said, sir. I mean, they were there. Who? The guy with a hat on backwards? I mean, I've never met him before, but he was trying to cause problems. Let's see. And what didn't you see there as he ran up right to the fence and started rocking it back and forth? And then, wait, and what you didn't see there, okay, I read that backwards. And what you didn't see there is he ran up to the fence and started rocking it back and forth. And then I went out and talked to him and told him, okay, that's not why we're here. You've got to be peaceful. Pulled him back and told him it's not what we're about. It's about the same thing that I have been saying before. You didn't pull him back. He backed away and you put your hand on his shoulder and then started whispering in his ear. You didn't. What? So let me get this straight. He had been shaking the fences before you went up and spoke to him. Yes, sir. In the video, he did. And what did you think he was about to do? What made you want to go up to him specifically to talk to him? Well, he was trying to shake the barrier down. Did you think he was trying to break through the barrier to get to the Capitol or just shake it in front of the Capitol Police? I don't know. But something I noticed, these guys, all of these guys, they know what they were doing. That wasn't the first time they've done this. They would push, when they were there, sir, whatever. They would push when they were there. When the police were trying to keep them out, they would push and push and push. So the police would push back so they couldn't break it down. And then they would step back and pull it towards them, and the police would fall down, and then they were in. They've done this before. This isn't the first time deal for them. I mean, I wouldn't have thought about doing that. I mean, that is a fair point. That is a fair point. You push, push, push. When you start pulling them push back, you yank it at the same time. Now, a single person, yeah, I could see that happening. But a group of people, the couple of people that were to the right in that video, now that was orchestrated. That was organized. Because if somebody's pushing and you're pulling, the gate's going to start turning, or nothing's going to happen depending on how close you are to each other. With a cop pushing and then you both pull at the same time, as soon as that cop pushes, expecting that other push, it was organized. All right. What was your reaction? Or actually, before, did the individual say anything back to you after you told them, don't do this? I don't recall him saying anything. That's because he didn't. He just attacked the barricades as soon as you said, when we go inside. You probably said we need to go peacefully. There were some other things that could not be said, but within 2 seconds, the dude was pushing the gate down. Let's say. What was your reaction when, because this was approximately a minute later, about 12:55, the individual with the hat on backwards pushes through the barricade. What was your reaction to the individuals pushing through the fencing? I believe I said, no, no, no. I didn't hear that in the video. I guess if you're saying no, 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 why did you follow the individuals up the walkway? Trying to keep them from doing more damage and talking them down. De-escalate it. I get the point behind that. I do. But you know at this point it is illegal, correct? You know at this point this is going to escalate even further from this point because somebody got a victory. So they're going to keep pushing. Because why would they not? You know at this point, why did you follow? I mean, fucking Alex Jones was there telling people, you need to calm the fuck down. Get the fuck back. He didn't go in. But why did you? Now, Alex Jones is a huge fuck up, and the dude actually does like play into the moment a lot. He said a lot of really fucking accurate shit here before that has shown up here recently, but the dude plays into that whole entertainment aspect a lot. So if he didn't go, how the fuck do you feel like you were special enough? Now, I get it. I get it. He probably wasn't around Alex Jones at that point in time. I get it. But what made you feel comfortable enough to do that yourself? How did you think you were going to be able to talk them down? What was your, I guess, I know things are going fast, and I know some things when things are going fast, and I know sometimes when things are going fast, you're not able to fully flesh out the plan. But what was your plan that moment to de-escalate once individuals pushed through the barricades? The same thing I had been doing. I positioned myself between them and the police, and I had my back to the police. I was trying to talk them down, not to let them do that. I mean, not to have them do that. There was not to let them do that, or not to have them do that. Whoa. I'm sorry. What? I would have left it at, I didn't want him to do that. But you went to say, I mean, not to have them do that? Now, the whole thing is, this whole thing comes around because people thought you were instigating, and you are. I mean, everything you said before this point, you telling the dude when we go in, and then he immediately goes through that. Why did you mean to change your language to not have them do that? Now, these are, you could call it a superficial kind of question, but this is not the first time this dude's had this interview. This is not the first time he's been coached in his language on this. I mean, they even did it earlier in this. Oh, wait. You mean to add to the point that you were looking at family relics, correct? You were coaching. Yeah, let's see. There was a lot of people there, and I think I was getting sucked into it as well. If there were a few I can't even talk right now, guys inciting the violence. Well, can't even talk. Well, I'm reading your shit. I can't even talk right now. So there were a very few pro guys inciting violence, and then I think there was some other people that got sucked into it in the heat of the moment. I tried to prevent them from happening. I tried to prevent that from happening, and was able for some time because of the left side fell first, the right side fell, and then the middle where I was going back and forth fell last. What? I tried to prevent that from happening, and was able to for some time because the left side fell first. The right side fell, and then the middle where I was going back and forth fell last. Had there been more of us, maybe we could have prevented the whole thing. So, had there been more of us? Now, like I said, this is superficial and just me asking, what do you mean by had there been more of us? I'm pretty sure the answer would be people trying to get them to stop. But considering that you were thought of as a Fed or unfed informant, okay, I give you the benefit of the doubt on that, though. So tell us what you observed as the individuals, as the protesters are going up the walkway. What was going on, and what were you doing as individuals were continuing to press closer to the Capitol? They were running up. I did a little jog. I don't run no more. I did a little jog, and I got up there with them. Redacted and redacted. Yes. Before we leave that spot, redacted. What spot are you talking? Before we leave that spot, that's somebody's name. Do we have the text message or the text message from Jeff with the photo? It happens after the fact. It happens after. Do you want to do that now? Because it was going to hit that, I believe the text came after this event, so I was keeping it chronological. Yes. If we could pull that up, it would be helpful. Let's see. That's 16. Mr. Epps. Jeff is my brother-in-law. So, Mr. Epps, did you say Jeff is your brother-in-law? Yes. That's your wife's brother. Yes, sir. And this is the text exchange that happened with your wife, I think the day after, and he says, "You're very." Let's go to the top of that. Oh, wait a minute. It might have been a different one. No. This is the exhibit we have. But the upper part of that text message might be a different photo. So there's a text message where Jeff says to your wife, "Your very naughty husband is not wearing a mask. You better put him in the doghouse for 2 weeks to quarantine when he gets back. COVID-19 is no fun." Do you know what I'm talking about? Yes, he is a nurse. Okay. Well, and I don't know, redacted, if you're able to find that one, but in the connection with the text messages, he says a photo that I believe is of you two talking to the guy in the red hat and the white hoodie on that we've just seen in the video. Yes, sir. Did you know that Jeff was there at the time, or was he there at the time? No, he was not there. He lives in California, Palm Springs, California. Do you know how he got that photo that he texted your wife? I do not. Okay, so he got his hands on the photo and sent it to your wife, but do you think he looked? But you don't think he what? So he got his hands on the photo and sent it to your wife, but you don't think he took it. Well, he wouldn't have taken it himself. No, he said, I believe the text message says something about, geez, I'm not computer savvy or any of that stuff challenged. What is that called? The messaging. The picture looks like it came from Philip Crowther, Crowther. It's a Twitter picture that it looks like he's texting, but not a picture that he actually took. Okay, it came over on Twitter. Sorry about that. Okay, so when Jeff says in the same text message, and I know you don't have it in front of you, actually your wife says first, oh my gosh, where did you get that photo? And then Jeff responds, I am surprised he didn't clock that kid fighting the cops, but he tried. So Jeff wasn't there to see it. He didn't know what was happening, and presumably he assessed some video and was commenting on that. Well, but I believe he meant he tried. I tried to talk him down. I tried to stop it. But how what would make Jeff think that you tried to stop it if you know? He saw the video. Okay. And he knows who I am. Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, give me a second again. I gotta pee. I've been drinking. My bad. I'm gonna leave some music for this one too. Is it actually? Actually, that was pretty good timing with that. All right. Sorry about that. Let's see, where were we? Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And just to confirm, this is a conversation that happens on the following day in this text message, correct? I wasn't involved in that. I believe it did happen the next day. Okay. And then I wasn't aware of that conversation until the 8th when I got home. Okay, thank you. So let's go back. You said the individuals you were going up with the walkway with to the west side of the Capitol, were individuals battling with the police? Like, what did you see? Was individuals saying battling with the police? Was there violence? What did you see? I saw the people doing that, yes. And how were you trying to de-escalate at the time if you were? At that point, I wasn't. I was in the crowd. I was trying to figure out what I was going to do. Okay, so as people were pushing through, I guess new entryways, you were just kind of in the crowd following them up towards the Capitol, right? When did you decide if there was a moment that you were like, okay, I'm going to step in and de-escalate now? Well, there's a fence there was a scaffolding there, and there was a fence right in front of it. The fencing that they had put up the barricade. And so They had more police officers there at the time. They were holding the ground. I got up in between the fence and the people and tried to de-escalate. And I did talk to some of the officers. You can talk to the officers, their body cams, whatever. And I was trying to de-escalate it. Witness to that. And I was trying to de-escalate it. Witness to that. Trying to keep them from going further. Can you play Exhibit 13, please? I believe this is a video referencing what you were trying to de-escalate. I think I remember that. Let's see if I can find that. Video. Fuck, I don't know if that was that dude or not, but you know, that video of why are you allowing them to get into the Capitol? You're supposed to be protecting this. I don't know if that was Ray Epps or not. But yeah, I remember that one too. There was somebody yelling at Capitol Police as they were standing by as people were breaking windows and everything like that. That may be the video. I don't know if that was Ray Epps or not. Let's see. Video was shown. Is that what you were just describing to us and trying to de-escalate between the police and the protesters? No, sir. Okay, so that couldn't have been that video because there's no de-escalation. He was literally just kind of yelling at the police as they were doing nothing. But yeah. And you said at one point, we made our point. Let's just walk us through what you're saying. How were you saying it? What were you trying to do at this very moment, if you remember? Everybody's here, and they're aware we're here. We made our point. We need to de-escalate, or we don't need to escalate any further. It needs to stop. I don't know. It was a mess. So at this point, your goal is to no longer go into the Capitol. No, sir. And is it fair to say at this point you were trying to prevent other people from thinking they were going into the Capitol? Yes, sir. How did the individuals that you were talking to respond back to you as you were telling them that we've made our point? I don't remember. I got called a lot of names that day. How long did you do this? Did you de-escalate? How long were you walking back and forth doing this? You know what? I'm not sure. Whenever they got to that point, I'm sure you got some idea. Whenever they got to that point until it broke, I was there the entire time. So when it broke, did you follow the crowd did you leave the Capitol? Tell us what happened once. I took a couple of steps in and just looked around, and I was sick. There was a lot of tear gas and a lot of bad stuff going on. So I started to leave, and I heard somebody screaming for a medic. So at that point, I had my first aid kit. At that point, I went up where I found an individual that was laying on the ground. He was lifeless. I knelt down on one knee and took his vitals. His heart was fibrillating. There we go. That word. His heart was fibrillating almost. It wasn't beating properly, and he was not breathing. And another medic showed up. Somebody that is a medic. I'm not a medic. I have had EMT training, but not current. I said, he's not breathing. I was getting ready to do CPR. He said, let's find out if he's epileptic. And he said, let's find out if he's epileptic. Who? I guess the CPR dude that was, or the EMT, whatever. The medic, that word. And he asked him if he had a seizure. Blink your eyes if he did. And he blinked his eyes. At one point, he picked him up and started getting him out. And I lost my voice at that point because I was telling people, emergency, emergency, please clear the way. And we got all the way out to the lawn down by the road. We had to cross one road. We got to the lawn. There was a tree. We propped him up on the tree. I got my phone out. I was trying to call 911. And he called me off. He said, I don't need 911. I'm fine. And that was the end. I looked back. I saw people crawling all over the Capitol, climbing the walls. It made me kind of ill to my stomach. I decided to go back to there was no point in going back. Wait, what? I decided to go back to there was no point in going back. It had gone beyond what I wanted it to be. Wait a minute. I decided to go back to there was no point in going back. So I decided to go to no, there was no point in going back. Hold up. I feel like he remembered something in that statement. And he's just like, nah, we can't say that. So you said you took a couple of steps in. Where did you take a couple of steps in? I wanted to make sure we're understanding. You said you took a couple of steps in. It's like a platform. I walked into the platform and the tear gas and all of that kind of overtook me. I'm looking at him. I'm just thinking, crap, now what? And I started walking back out and I heard somebody yelling for a medic. And that's when I went back up. So the platform on the outside of the part of the West Plaza. Is that what you're saying? No, I think it was the platform before you go into the building. Oh, before you go into the building. Okay. There was that guy. That's where the guy was laying, right there. Okay. I'm going to go a little bit out of order. Can we play exhibit? Let's see. Can we play exhibit 15, please? Video shown. So this is the platform that you said you took a couple of steps on up to. Is that do you recall that? That's on the other side of the Capitol. Okay, so that's the Capitol around 2:12 p.m. at the initial breach point before the window was broken. So you weren't up that high on the Capitol area. I wasn't anywhere near that. No, I didn't know that. Okay, can you put up exhibit 14? So the exhibit I just played was for you to exhibit I just played for you was footage at the Capitol on the west upper terrace at 2:12 p.m. It looks like the text message with Dalen or Dalen Epps. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm sorry. How do you pronounce the name? It's pronounced Dalen, isn't it? What's that? He asked, how do you pronounce Dalen's name? Dalen. Who is Dalen Epps, first of all? He is my nephew. He's 28 years old. Okay. So much happening right now. And we can scroll down a little bit to the middle of the page. All right, perfect. So it looks like around 9 a.m. your nephew texts you and Jim be safe. And then at 2:12 on January 6th, you text back, I was in front with a few others. I also orchestrated it. This exact time in the video that I just played helps us understand this text. What did you mean by orchestrate? What did you orchestrate? I just meant that you have to understand our relationship. Uncle nephew, we hunt together, we fun with each other. I think it's we have fun with each other. We do that kind of stuff. What I meant by orchestrate, I helped get people there. At that point, I didn't know that they were breaking into the Capitol. I guess no. Windows had been broken. I didn't know anybody was in the Capitol. If I answered him, that means I was at 2:12, I was on my way back to the hotel room. Okay, so at this point, you're now away from the Capitol complex. Exactly. Let's stop. I want to go back. Okay, so your nephew, you text at 2:12. I was in front with a few others. I also orchestrated it. Oh, no. We hunt together. We have fun. I just bullshitted. I just helped get people there. That's all. I didn't orchestrate it. I just helped get people to that point. But you said you orchestrated it. No, that's what I meant. I got them to that point. Is that not orchestrating? Okay. And at 2:12, you were on your way back to the hotel room. So you got him to that point. You got him in. You went into the building, took a few steps around, saw somebody that was laying on the ground, decided to get him out, and then you went back to your hotel room. Now, I will say this throughout this entire testimony. You can say this is just one dumbass motherfucker, and you have a point. But this dude is on video saying we need to go into the Capitol. He's yelling, or he whispers into that dude's ear, when we need to go in, then the barricades broke. You went in with him, with them. Looked around. You said you felt sick. Found somebody that was unconscious. Carried them out. And once everything was okay, you went back to your hotel room. So you made sure people got into the building. You pushed them to that point. You got them into the building. Saw the dude unconscious, carried him out, and figured, this is my exit point. My job is done. Anyway, it says, okay, so at this point, you are now away from the Capitol complex. Exactly. All right. When you say I was in front with a few others, what time are you referring to? What were you referring to? I was in front with a few others. I was in the front. I guess I'm just trying to understand. I guess we would like to understand, why are you telling your nephew this at that time? I was pretty proud that we were all there. I mean, I wasn't proud of some people, but for the majority of the people there, they were pretty peace-loving people. I mean, they were like me. The atmosphere was good, except for those people that were trying to take it in a different direction. And the people that were trying to take it in a different direction, were these the type of people that you were talking to de-escalate through the morning of January 5th, right? Right. The same type of people on the 5th as well? The same type of people on the 5th as well. We're going back to walking up the platform. I want to make sure I understand. Did you go up the stairs at all? There's several levels of that. Yes, I did go up some stairs. Was it the ones under the scaffolding, or was it scaffolding? I never got over to the sides. I was in the middle by the scaffolding. That's the big area. I called it the middle because the left side fell, and then the right side fell, and then the middle fell. Okay. You stayed kind of in the middle area the entire time. I stayed in the middle area the whole time until we carried the guy out. Does anyone, any staff members, have any follow-up questions about this text? I do. This is Representative Murphy. Sir, can you tell, sir, you keep talking about this type of people, the type of people who wanted to take it in a different direction. Can you tell me who you thought those people were? I honestly can't. I assume that they were probably some Antifa. I don't know. I have no clue who they were. So you were engaging with them as you were engaging with them and trying to, as you said in different moments, get on their side, get on their good side, relate to them, connect to them. You were trying to connect with them to them as fellow Trump supporters, but you were trying to connect to them. Can you help me understand that if you thought they were Antifa, how you were trying to connect to them? Well, it wasn't mostly trying to connect with them. It was trying to let everybody know I'm upset with the two guys. If you know, if you know, we all have our issues here, but it's like how it is. We got to be peaceful. We've got to do this the right way. Okay, thank you. Okay. So again, this is some runaround fucking language. This really is. This is some runaround language. It is an answer that does not give an answer. Okay. So you're sitting there telling me, okay, these people that are doing this, they're Trump supporters, right? Yeah. Okay, but you thought Antifa was there, right? Yeah. So why would you try to connect with people that Trump supporters normally wouldn't do, but Antifa would? Why would you try to connect with those people? Well, mostly I was trying to connect with them. It's trying to let everybody know I'm upset with the two guys. If you know, we had all our issues here, but this is how it is. We've got to be peaceful. We've got to do this the right way. The fuck? Any other questions for staff members? Hey, redacted, it's redacted. If I could just jump in quickly. Mr. Epps, I work with redacted on the committee staff. Thanks again for being here. I just wanted to understand a little bit more your use of the word orchestrated. It sounds to me like at this point, when you sent this text, you had turned away in part because of seeing some things that you didn't agree with and were moving back to your hotel. Is that right? Like when you sent this, you were already on your way from the Capitol because of concerns of people taking it in a different direction? Right. I mean, yes, it kind of does sound like that. From the time frame of events that he's talking, okay, he goes up with the group. He goes into the Capitol, takes a few steps in, looks around, sees some guy on the ground, carries that guy out, and helps him get some kind of medical attention. And then stands up, reaches for his phone. He's like, I was there in front. I also help orchestrate it. And then you're just like, oh no, orchestrate by getting them there. That's what I meant. But you use the word orchestrate. It's almost like you're sort of taking some ownership of it, whatever that is. So I'm just trying to understand why that word orchestrated was used, because it sounds like it sounds like you're sort of adopting the whole thing, including the stuff that you weren't walking away from, or including the stuff that you were walking away from. It was me being, how do you say, you would have to understand the relationship between me and my nephew. It's just, yeah, I took credit for it, but I didn't know what I was taking credit for. You were inside, sir. You saw them break the barricades. You saw them fight with police. You saw them breaking the law. You followed them in. Oh, I was trying to de-escalate. No, you weren't. You took credit for that, but you didn't know what you were taking credit for? Nah, I don't believe any of that shit. I don't believe any of that shit at all. If you scroll down on that, later on, did you go into the Capitol? I mean, I didn't answer him because I didn't get the back. What? I didn't answer him because I didn't get back on the phone. Okay. But I can't believe what I'm seeing, the damage these morons did. I believe, I mean, that's when I found out what had actually happened there. We had this much to see. We didn't see the whole picture where I was at. It wasn't that bad. but the guys that were trying to orchestrate something different. You mean yourself? Seriously, you mean yourself? Because the night before you were saying we need to go into the Capitol. Everybody was yelling, Fed, 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 Fed. Yeah, in the camera, you're just like, what the fuck? What do I do now? What do I do now? Keep talking. In that video where the dude turns his head backwards, it is clear that you said, when we go in. That was your first words, when we go in. Then everybody gets in, you feel sick, you see that kid that's lying there. I don't know. You see that person that's lying there, you grab them out, you get them medical attention, then you decide to go home and text, yeah, I was in the front. I helped orchestrate it. And no, by orchestrate, I mean, I helped them get to there. I helped them get there, was his wording. Why is this dude free? His own damn testimony, the second testimony he's given, his own damn testimony, he takes credit for it. He helped push them to that point. And this dude is free. Now there are, like they said, we don't know where this number came from, but you were talking to them a few times, and the longest one was 10 minutes. And that was right before this event. The longest one was 10 minutes. We don't know where the number is. What is that number? It's somebody that I know with the company of 911 Heating and Cooling or something like that. It's nothing. I was just telling them what was going on. Again, you're going to sit there and tell me that the federal government doesn't know who that number is registered to? Oh, wait, they did. They announced it. Relaying information. They weren't telling him what was going on. They were relaying information. Stop playing stupid. By the way, did you have any kind of contact with any law enforcement? Or any of the three-letter agencies involved with law enforcement? No. Like I said, an IRS agent. I'm not saying IRS as far as like, it was definitely that. But anybody like an IRS agent or anybody that's not connected to law enforcement or the government relays information, relays that message. They keep backing. Now, I'll go this route. How many times do you get a call, a spam call from somebody in India doing that scam shit from a number in your area code? You're going to sit there and tell me that they can't spoof these numbers? You're going to sit there and tell me that that phone call that they had for 10 minutes wasn't a spoofed number so they could actually try to say, yeah, it was this dude. I was just talking to him, letting him know what's going on. If fucking scammers from India can make you think you're getting a call from somebody in your area code, you don't think the federal government can do that? Let's start using our brain a little bit here, people. Okay. Let's see. Where I was at, it wasn't bad. But the guys that were trying to orchestrate something different, I wasn't talking about the damage and all that stuff. Getting people there. Yeah, I was taking credit for it. I see credit for it. I see credit for it. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Mr. Epps. Not a problem. Thank you. Did you stop him from rambling on any further to incriminate himself further than he already has? Is that why you interrupted him? Because I would have said, I see, after the dude stopped talking for a second or two. I mean, that's how you answer that, right? You let them talk. You let them say whatever they need to say, and once they're done finishing, there's an inflection in that voice to be like, I was taking credit for it. I was taking credit for it or something like getting people there. Yeah, I was taking credit for it. I was taking credit for it. Then I would have said, I see. No, you cut him off. That was purposely done. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Mr. Epps. Not a problem. Thank you. No, you don't need to say anything further. So you were proud of orchestrating the energy, the march to the Capitol, the expression of strongly held views around the election, but not the violent part, the part that made you turn away. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's an embarrassment. It took away what they did, took away from everything, which you're going to listen. Who's going to listen to anybody when something like that's going on? Yeah, well, it's interesting to me that you would watch these videos and you would emerge as a leader. Let me repeat that. Yeah, well, it's interesting to me that you watch these videos and you emerge as a leader. You were trying to talk to people, talk sense into people. No one appointed you or asked you to do that, but you took that upon yourself. Tell me more about those decisions. Did you see yourself as an orchestrator of or a leader? No, I just knew in my mind what I wanted to see, and that was a peaceful demonstration. I wanted our elected leaders to see that we had problems with the election and there shouldn't be any doubt in Americans' lives. Americans' minds about the election? Words. There shouldn't be any doubt in Americans' lives, Americans' minds about an election. I think we failed. I think the election officials failed us because there was doubt in people's minds. There shouldn't be doubt. Not like that. I'm with you 100% on that. I am with you. But you're going to sit there on camera the night before. No, this is about the Constitution. Stop worrying about everything else. This is about the Constitution. We need to go into the Capitol peacefully. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm believing your statement. There's always somebody saying, oh, it was stolen. I mean, that's been on for eons. I mean, that's been going on for eons. Yeah, he has a point. He does. But this time, having experienced myself with 5 ballots coming to my house, ballots are sacred almost. They're hard to get. I mean, or they should be. I had valid concerns with that. And I know that I heard a lot of stories. Yeah, there's stories, but those stories I've heard before on ballots on different things like that. Wait, so what stories? Are you talking about ballots being sent to addresses where people have no longer lived? Who was it? Wait, wasn't it Steven Crowder that sent his crew out looking at Arizona to see where some of these people had voted for? And he found that Christina Gupiana or something like that, who was a Clinton official for her campaign that hasn't been seen for a while. Hold on. Video. Oh, you got to see this. Hold on. I love this shit. This is awesome. You search Steven Crowder, Christina, right? Videos. Miley Annapolis, or Steven Crowder, Christina Hoff. Okay, let's do this. Ooh. Nothing goes to his channel. Interesting. Let's do this. I want to find this.
But you're a class.
Let's see. Videos. Search. I don't want to play the entire video of that. There should be a clip of it. You know what? Here.
Music. I'm not even in my car at that point.
Is that mandolin music?
It's got to be.
We gotta find this. We do.
About that.
And then there's
Yep.
Austin.
Jeez.
Yeah, nothing much else.
Is it Shane Street?
Shane Street.
Shane Street now.
This is 1326 Shane, and it appears to be a field between two apartments.
No. That wasn't it. No, that was the one after, because that was showing. It was streamed 1 year ago. Videos. That was showing what he had found that day. And then after that day, he had to go back and change it because one of the addresses, they had looked into it, right? There was an address that was like an east-west kind of thing. And they were just thinking, okay, so this Christina Gupta or Gupiana or something. Something around there. Oh, God. Damn, what was her name? CHRIST. But yeah, there. God damn, I'll have to find that again. But yeah, there was a. He was going through some of the ones where the what was reported as the address came up to be like empty parking lots or abandoned buildings, or one was under an underpass or anything. But there was this Christina Gupiana or something like that, who was actually one of Clinton's campaign officials that hasn't been seen since like 2017, that supposedly voted in Arizona, and they voted from like it was something east location something. And then after they aired that, they were going back through it, and people had told him, no, dude, you got that wrong, because in the voter registry it's west. And he goes back and looks, and he's like, nah, that can't be right. We couldn't have messed that up. And he goes back in and shows that where when they looked into the information before, it was registered east. When they look at the information into the website, then after the show, it was registered west. Now, Christina Gupana, or whatever the hell her name was, did not live in any of that, because the west, or whatever they changed it to, was this big apartment complex that they actually went and investigated, and the woman has never lived there because she hasn't been seen since 2017. That was one of the things that he had brought up. Yeah. I wanted to bring that up because, what was it saying? Because she had concerns and everything like that. But the stories had before the ballots, yes, yeah, that was it. Because, the ballots and everything that were brought up, apparently Christina Gupana had voted absentee or with the universal mail-in ballot, though she hasn't been seen in this country since 2017. Nobody knows where the hell she is, because she was a Clinton official, probably one of the ones that Clinton has Clintoned or Epsteined. But yeah. So I wanted you guys to know, hey, we have a problem with this. We need to change this so it didn't happen again. I'm going to look into that, and I will definitely, that will be one of the things that I put into the comment section and get that taken care of, to give all of what I'm talking about some kind of reference. Let's see. We need to change this so it doesn't happen again. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Your perspective is that you were there were concerns and you were proud of being there to express your concerns and to continue to be proud of orchestrating that expression of concern about the election. No, orchestrating is the word wrong. Okay. Orchestrating is the wrong word. Okay. Okay. I don't know what the right word is, but orchestrating, my wife has told me over and over, you shouldn't say things like that. You shouldn't have used that word. What's a better word now? If you, upon reflecting and listening to the good advice of your wife, with all of us, which all of us should always do, what would you say have been a better word, Mr. Epps, to use your terms of characterizing your content? I helped people get there. I see. Fair enough. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. To follow up on that, you helped people get there. But that was your goal, but was that your goal in helping people get there? Exactly what I said before, to do a peaceful demonstration. It's all about peaceful. When someone, I don't care what your cause is, when somebody hijacks it, and that's exactly what these people did. They hijacked this cause. When they hijack it, it turned out, when they hijacked it and it turned the other way, all credibility was lost. I didn't want to see that happen. We've seen that happen before. And you said that you had concerns. I understand you've received multiple ballots is what you said. And you said you had concerns about the election. So going back a little bit, what would you say to redacted? Were those concerns and the stories you heard exacerbated or increased by what you heard from news sources or elected officials about the election? Oh, I'm sure. Oh, wait, what? Were those concerns and the stories you heard exacerbated or increased by what you heard from news stories or elected officials about the election? Oh, I'm sure. Was it exacerbated by it validated my concern? Okay. Was the president's rhetoric around the election, for example, something that might have influenced about how you felt about the election? I'm sure he played a role in it. Yeah. I'm sure he played a role in it, right? I want to also talk about, there's another, can you scroll down a little bit in this text message? I had another question. Okay. So I believe in this message with your nephew, you said, I think a few got sucked into it, into the heat of the moment. It might have been on another page, but what did you mean by the heat of the moment? I believe that, well, let's back up a little bit. The year leading up to this, people were losing their businesses. I think I heard that 111 restaurants were closed for good. One of them being one of my friends. COVID was rampant. People were locked down. There were all kinds of stuff going on. I believe people went there for answers. People wanted to know what's next. And I believe they were emotionally charged. A lot of people were emotionally charged and could have gotten sucked in. It'd have been funny if you said sucked off, but I'm going to leave it there for a second. I know. Bathroom break. Been drinking. I apologize. I'll be back. It's New Year's after all. Happy New Year's to you all. like that for some reason. That is awesome. All right. Sorry, that's just some good little riff there. Okay, so where were we? So when these guys try to hijack it, I think it's some innocent people. I think people that meant well probably were emotionally charged and did some things they normally wouldn't do. And your opinion, just to make sure, I understand that your answer is through some kind of anxiety or fear of the past year, COVID maybe economic anxieties, and then the issues that you perceived about the election. Is that fair? Is that a fair kind of encapsulation of some of these anxieties that had pent up? Yes, sir. Thank you. You can take the exhibit down. Unless anybody here has any other questions. Thanks, Redacted. Mr. Murphy. Actually, one more thing, Redacted. This is Mrs. Representative Murphy. Sir, if I can paraphrase, what I think you're saying is that there were Trump people. Now, I want y'all to listen. Listen to this very, very closely. If I can paraphrase, what I think you're saying is that there were Trump people, Trump supporters, who were there peacefully just trying to show their presence because they had concerns about the election. You believe that those who moved the event in the different direction are a more violent direction were actually not Trump supporters, but rather Antifa. Can you tell me why? And then there were Trump supporters who got caught up in the moment because they were being. Can you tell me why? And then there were Trump supporters who got caught up in the moment because they were being encouraged by Antifa. Is that a bet? All right, Mr. Murphy, what the fuck are you, Miss Murphy? I'm sorry, whatever. What the fuck are you trying to say here? You believe that you moved the event. You believe that those who moved the event in a different direction, a more violent direction, were actually not Trump supporters, but rather Antifa. Can you tell me why? And then there were Trump supporters who got caught up in the moment because they were being encouraged by Antifa. Is that about right? I don't know why the fuck you worded this like this, but basically what she's saying in this point, and it is a little bit confusing when you read it, but what she's saying is, Epps is just like, okay, yes, there were a lot of Trump supporters there, and they were just trying to be peaceful, but there were people that were trying to move it in a more violent direction, and I believe that was Antifa. Can you tell me why you believe that? Basically what she was doing, even though it's fucking worded weirdly. By the way, it's now 3:08 p.m. in this article or in this transcript here. Mr. Epps, I think so. You know, I don't know. I can't say that they were Antifa. I just know that I went. But you ought to listen to that. I think so. You know, I don't know. I can't say they were Antifa. I just know that I went on the other side. I went to one other Washington march, and that was 9/12 March. And it was totally peaceful. I think there was one arrest. Somebody there was to cause problems. They arrested him. They weren't part of it. There wasn't a piece of trash left on the ground when we went. I mean, I am witness to people picking up trash to make sure the lawns were clean. That's what I expected these people to be. The same people that was at the march, the 9/12 March. Okay. And no one tried to hijack that one. There were people yelling, there was megaphones, and it was all that. But it was shit. Fun. Reading these fucked up ass thoughts from this dude. And no one tried to hijack that one. There were people yelling, and there was a megaphone, and it was all that, but it was a peaceful demonstration. That's America to me, not trying to hijack somebody's cause. So what led you believe these hijackers were Antifa? Like, why would Why was the first thought that you had about what was the first? Why was that the first thought you had about those people? Whatever. I'm not even going to try to read it as they say it. I'm just going to read it as it goes. Well, watching what happened in Portland across America, Antifa talking they were taking the credit for it. And who else would it be? I mean, I don't know anybody else that would do it. Okay, thank you. And I yelled back. Thank you, Miss Murphy. Have your views on this? That it was Antifa infiltrating? Has it changed now, looking back over the year? Not really. You got to remember, I haven't been watching the news. I turned the news off in January. It was quite depressing. And in order to get through this, I had to turn the news off. And that's all news channels. We have not watched it this whole time. It would drive me insane, so we just turned it off. So going back to January 6th, you leave the Capitol. All right. So you sent the text to your nephew around 2:12. So approximately, if that's a time point, would you estimate you left the Capitol grounds? Yes. Around that time? Yes, sir. Sorry. Okay. And where did you go when you left the Capitol? I was making my way back to the hotel room and our phones. I tried to call my son several times. I'm sure you see that on the phone records. The phones weren't working really well, and the batteries were going dead. I tried to plug in my address or the hotel, and it took me to the wrong. There's several Marriott hotels in DC, so I ended up at the wrong hotel. I went inside. They told me how to get to the next one. I came outside. I started walking, and there was ambulances everywhere. Things were going on. Somebody told me, you need to take your Trump hat off and hide it. I said, why? And they said, well, they just shot 2 Trump supporters down the street, and because they had their Trump stuff on. So I put that away. I found a gentleman that had what? And they said, well, they just shot 2 Trump supporters down the street, and because they had their Trump stuff on. So I put that away. I found a gentleman that had just pulled up, and he had a Trump hat on. He was in a car, and I told him, I'd be glad to pay you to take me to my room. But we just had a shooting down the street, and they shot 2 Trump supporters. So he said he would do it. He didn't want it to be paid. He took me to my hotel, and I went upstairs. And did you watch the news of the coverage at the Capitol at all that evening? Started watching the news, and that's when I found out how badly it really got. And what were your thoughts? And as you were watching the news coverage, how badly was it getting at the Capitol? It was very sad. It saddened me. It was terrible what happened. I want you all to understand the language behind this. This dude ain't saying much. There's not much to that question at all. What were your thoughts and what were the news coverage and how bad it was getting at the Capitol? It was very sad. It saddened me. It was a terrible what happened. What were your thoughts? Okay, you were sad. It was terrible. No. I'm pretty sure we all can remember where we were on this day. We all can remember what was going through our minds when we were hearing about this information on this day. I can. I was working. I was pulling some cable at a government facility in my area. One of my coworkers was covering the little rally that they were having. He was listening to that. And around that time, he told me that there were shots fired. And around that time, he told me, the barricades were broken. They were breaking into the Capitol. Shots have been reported being fired. I remember that clear as day. So you're telling me that somebody that was there can't remember their experience. They can't remember their thoughts. It was nowhere near it, and I remember mine. Every bit of it. Now, I'm not going to say what I was thinking at that time. Not on YouTube, not on air. Well, I could say it if we cut to Rumble. But Rumble's not running right now, so it's useless. But yeah, I can clearly, in my mind, remember everything from that day. And I was nowhere close to it. So you're telling me somebody that was there, that was going through all this, can't remember what he was thinking? Okay. Were you with your son at that point when you got back to the hotel, or when you were able to connect back with your son? When were you able to connect back with your son? Well, Jim and his friend were back, and they got separated in the crowd. Jim was helping people, trying to get them out of there, some older ladies and stuff, so they got separated. So him and his friend got back to the hotel before he did. What? So they got separated. So his friend got back to the hotel before he did. Why did you change that up? It would have been easy. See, that's what I'm talking about with that. So his friend got back to the hotel before he or I did, or before we both did, or something like that. Why did you stop and change who you were talking about? And we had heard that, well, the shooting that I told you about, I was quite concerned because I thought that it might be them. Then his friend showed up, and Jim didn't show up for quite some time, so we were quite concerned. Wait! So his friend got back to the hotel before he did. Then his friend showed up, and Jim didn't show up for quite some time, so we were quite concerned. Right before this, you said his friend, that Zach dude, Zach Rash, or whatever the fuck, he was the first one to show up. Then you got there, and then apparently your son. Then his friend showed up, so you were there first before Zach Rash showed up. Which one is it? Who got there first? Was Zach there before you, as you stated before, or were you there before Zach when you changed your answer? Which one is the truth? Then his friend showed up, and Jim didn't show up for quite some time, so we were quite concerned. I couldn't leave there because if he showed up, then he'd go out back. There was a curfew approaching, and anyway, he showed up, so it all worked out. So your son arrived at the hotel before the curfew? I believe so, yes. What did you all do the rest of the evening? Did you just watch news coverage, or what did you all do? We watched the news. I'll reserve that for a second. And what was your son and his friend's view of what they were seeing? Was it all the same as you were thinking? Say again. Did your son and his friend, did they have the same views about what they were watching on the news as what you just talked about your views? We were all sickened. When did you go back home to Arizona? The 7th, actually got up and went and did the tours, or different tours in Washington, D.C., the monuments and different things. And let me think. Yeah, I hope I get this right. So we saw all the tours and all that stuff, or we saw all the monuments and stuff. And then I headed back to the airport like 5 or 6. I flew through the night. I got home at approximately midnight and went to bed. And the next day, you've already talked about my brother-in-law. He had already contacted my wife, and we get the next section. Okay. Hold on. Got it. Okay. So I just want to recap. In January 6th, Did you talk to any FBI agents at all? Were you in at all while you were in DC or in January 6th and 7th? Not that I'm aware of. Anyone from CIA or NSA? Not to my knowledge, sir. Did you talk with Metropolitan Police officers or Secret Service or anyone like that? Not to my knowledge. The officers on the steps, I apologized. I talked to them that way, you know. When you were saying the things that you were saying on the January 6th, when you were de-escalating or when you were whispering to the guy with the hat on backwards and telling him to calm down or anything, that's not what he said. His first words were, when we go in. Let's see. When you were trying to tell them to calm down or anything, were you doing that because you had been instructed to do so by the FBI or CIA or NSA? No, sir. Somebody else. Relaying the information. I mean, come on. You want to cover your tracks, right? Mr. Epps, blank asked you if you had talked to anyone. Did you communicate in any other way with any law enforcement officials, FBI or otherwise? No, sir. So no text messages, no other type of communication with anyone in law enforcement that day? No, sir. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. Thank you. Do any members or staff have any follow-up questions? Voice, none here. Whose voice? By redacted. So, Mr. Epps, along those same lines, you're aware that we've looked at your phone records from January. Actually, we looked at your phone records from December 19th through January. Are you aware of that? Yes, sir. So it is Exhibit 32 for the record, but I want to go through some of these numbers specifically on January 5th and 6th that you either called or texted just to see who they are and see if there were any FBI or law enforcement, anything like that. So I'm ready when you are. Are you ready? Let's see here. You're going to go from the 5th. Yeah, I'm just going to call out some of the numbers and I'll give you a chance to look to confirm, but were there incoming text? These are on the 6th and approximately 5 p.m. Just a second. I got to find those text messages. And I'll give you, it's a redacted number, redacted. What's the date on it again? It's a redacted number. There's a text message at approximately, there were 3. One at 5:02, 5:14, and then another one at 7 p.m. January 5th, excuse me? January 5th, January 6th. Yes. Mr. Blazczak. Okay, we're looking at some text messages from the 6th right now. Dahlin, though. No, sir. I just want to ask, do you recognize a number redacted? And I believe the subscriber information we have was a Miss Diana Weaver. Boom. Right there. Right there. Hold up. That's what I was saying earlier. About that whole, what was this number from this area code? What was this about? Because we don't know. We can't find anything on that. And what was that? Oh yeah, that was that 911 HVAC. But what was this number right here? This is registered to a Diana Weaver? What I'm talking about. So they didn't know what was happening with that other number or who it was, right? But they knew who this number is? Says, do you recall that individual? Never heard of that person. And you didn't respond back? A lot of calls. What? Do you recall that individual? Never heard of that person. And you didn't respond back? A lot of calls. Say again? You didn't respond back. Is there any circumstance or did you receive calls that you didn't respond back or to text that you don't respond back to? We get calls all the time because my number is listed on our business, but my wife's and I's both my wife's and I's. That's weird. And so I got a lot of spam and different calls that I don't respond to. No. Now let me ask you a question. Could it have been that he was given information along the way, probably in that 10-minute phone call before, where he was saying he was just giving a rundown of what was going on and things like that? Could it have been information relayed that you're going to get a call from this number? Don't answer it. But this number, when you get a call from this number, it means this. Okay, does that sound familiar? Let's see. And we saw another call on January 5th from a Mr. Paul Carver. I believe you mentioned that one earlier. Does that sound familiar? Yes, sir. And Mr. Carver, does he work for the FBI or CSI, CIA, or NSA to your knowledge? Not that I'm aware of, sir. Are you being so specific? And you all did not discuss plans of inciting a riot or anything on January 6th? No, sir. We saw calls on January 6th from Mr. Scott Epps. I believe you mentioned that one earlier. Is that your brother? Brother. And what was the nature of your calls with him on January 6th, if you recall? Tell him what was going on and what I observed. And your brother is as well. Is he FBI agent, or did he work with the CIA, or NSA? No, sir. There were calls on the evening with Mr. Daryl Epps. Who is Mr. Daryl Epps? That's my brother. Okay. And some nature of the call with him on January 6th, probably? Exactly. And then Miss Robin Epps. There were calls and text messages on January 5th and 6th. That's your wife, correct? That's my wife. So with the calls with Mr. Scott Epps, Daryl Epps, and Miss Robin Epps, these were the calls to family members? Yes. Were you just recapping the days? Is that fair? We talked a lot. That's not an answer. Were you just recapping the days? Is that fair? We talk a lot. Yes, I imagine with Robin Epps in particular, Mr. James Trout, there were texts in that afternoon on January 6th. Does that name ring a bell, Mr. James Trout? He is a neighbor down the street. He lives at the end of my street. We've already gone over your nephew, Dallin Epps. Do you recognize a Mr. Christopher whatever? It's a redacted number. There were texts on January 6th. What did the text say, sir? We don't have that information. We just have that there was incoming text messages and that they came from approximately 4:25 on January 6th. There were 3 incoming text messages, and you did not respond back to any of them. We don't have what those text messages say, even though that's complete bullshit. And we already fucking know that. They tap every damn thing. They can see everything. They can grab anything. Even little pictures you send. But you're going to tell me you don't have that information? You're going to tell me you don't have that information on something as important as this? Okay. I believe that. I believe it, I guess. And you did not respond back to any of them. Mr. Andrew, why don't you look in 1 second? Why don't you look in 1 second? That was on the 6th, correct? Correct. And what number was it? It was redacted. This is something I do, or this is something to do with Twitter and something to do. What? This is something to do with Twitter and something to do with Twitter. I don't know what it is. I didn't open it and I haven't responded. Thank you. There were texts with a Robert Neves, Neves. Do you recall that individual. Nev. It was incoming around 8 p.m. on the 5th. I'm sorry, yeah, that's Bobby. Bobby, he's the guy that set up lodging at our place. We have a barn that we rent out, but the barn is a house that they got ready, that they get ready in weddings. What? But the barn is a house that they get ready in on weddings. Okay. But we can also let people use that for staying and help. And take it back. But we can also let people use that for staying. And he set up lodging for a woman's shooting team that came into town. And they also shot some video there as well. So this wasn't a conversation with the FBI agent or CSI individual or NSA official? No, sir. Mr. Epps, we saw calls and texts on January 5th and 6th just to confirm that's your son, correct? That's my son, yes, sir. Mr. Darren Wright, it was a redacted number. It was an incoming text and outgoing text on January 6th. And let me get you the time. It was around 1:59 and 2 p.m. on January 6th. And this is a Utah area code. You know, I'm wondering if that's actually Zach, Jim's friend. I'm pretty sure that's probably him. So just to be clear, your son Jim, where does he live? He lives in Payson, Utah. And did his friend come from Utah as well? Yes, sir. Okay. There was a call on January 5th with the St. John's Episcopal. Do you recall that? I do. We were actually in Hopeville. What's it called? I think Hopewell, Virginia, correct? Yes, sir. And there's a church there with a cemetery, and our family names is in that cemetery, and we wanted to go into the church where our family attended before. So we were calling the numbers to see if we could get in, and when the number got an answer, and when we never got an answer. There were 2 incoming text messages around 3:52. They actually might be the same text because they're both from the exact same time from a redacted. You did not respond back, but you do know what this number is? I do not. Okay. And again, you said you received text messages and calls because your number was listed from your website, from your company. A lot of spam, a lot of different things like that. A lot of clients as well. So, or what's that about? And when the last number, and then the last number we saw outgoing and incoming text was a blank number. We have done our own research on this, and there has been public reporting that this sometimes shows up on people's phones records, and it's not a specific number for anyone. It's just sometimes it shows up on phone records. So there we go. What was I saying about, those India phone scammers? They always come in an area code around your number so they can spoof that. But the federal government cannot. You're telling me some kind of law enforcement, the NSA, CIA, FBI, they can't spoof those numbers, but the people in Indiana can. I'm sorry, the people in India can. He says, I've never heard of it. I couldn't find it on my phone either. I'm not sure how you got that. Thank you for looking through your phone for that number. Thank you. And so again, January 6th, they're going backwards through December 19th when President Trump first tweeted about the rally. Did you speak with the FBI? No, sir. Did you speak with the CIA? No, sir. Did you speak with the NSA? No, sir. Did you speak with the Metropolitan Police Department? No, sir. Well, there's no record of you doing so because maybe the number was spoofed. So are you lying? I mean, you could be. Question is, can we prove it? No. But if people in India can spoof numbers, you damn sure better believe that the FBI, CSA, CIA, or whatever the fuck, all that other shit that they mentioned, any of these, the federal government, police departments, everything like that, they can spoof those numbers too. Give me a sec. Okay. Does anyone else have any members of staff have any follow-up questions or anything? I have a question quickly. This is Mr. Kinzinger. And if you're going to go here, redacted, I'll hold on to it, but just about kind of life sense. I'm going to hit that. I'm going to hit that, Mr. Kinzinger. I'll stand by. Thank you. I meant to ask any federal agencies at all. Did you talk to any federal agencies prior to January 6th? No, sir. Thank you. Okay. Back that up. You can make sure that nobody knows. Like I said, spoofing the numbers. Shit like that. Nice play. Did he lie? Maybe. Can we prove it? No. Because if they can't track the scammers in India wanting to know about your car's warranty, then they can't track the FBI or CSA or NSA or CIA or anybody spoofing the number. So let's now think past January 6th interactions. You mentioned your brother-in-law. Is that how you became aware that you were possibly listed on the FBI list post January 6th? Yes, sir. Tell us about that. How do you find out that you were listed on the list and what you did at? Ooh, sorry. Tell us about that. How you found out you were on the list and then what you did afterwards. As I recall, he had sent a text to my wife and I had a picture and it had a picture of me on it. And she asked him how he got it. And he said it came over Twitter or something. And you can download it or something. And he wasn't able to. And then later came back and said, I was on the FBI's most wanted list for information. And I didn't find this out. And I believe it was on the 8th. And I had immediately, after we talked to him, let's rewind a bit because this is fucking hard. This dude is literally half an idiot. And I didn't find this out. And I believe it was on the 8th. And I had immediately, after we talked to him, we called him and talked to him about it immediately after we got off the phone with him. I called the FBI 1-800 number. Rewind. As I recall, he had sent a text to my wife and it had a picture of me on it. And she asked him how he got it. He said it came over Twitter or something. And you can download it or something. And he wasn't able to. And then the letter came back and said that I was on the FBI's most wanted list for information. And I didn't find this out. And I believe it was on the 8th. And I had immediately, after we talked to him, we called him and talked to him about it. And immediately after we got off the phone with him, called the FBI 1-800 number. That was a lot of runaround to say, okay, so I got a picture from probably Twitter, but the dude probably took just like a screenshot of something of me there saying I was on the FBI's most wanted list. After I got off the phone with him, I called the FBI number. But a lot of going back and forth and jargon, you confuse and fuck the conversation up just to get to that point. Now, like I said before, this is the second interview that he has done over this. This is the second one. I still have yet to find anything from the first one that this man had back in November of 2020. I still have yet to find anything on that, but this is a second interaction that came 2 months later. Lawyers are involved. There has already been coaching involved in this whole conversation a few times. One was outright apparent, the others have been subtle. But this is where we're at now. Okay, I actually, just to make sure we're talking about the same list here, list or poster, can you pull up Exhibit 18 for me, please? Is this that? And if you could scroll in or zoom in, I think it's person 16. Yes, sir. Is that the graphic you saw of yourself on January 8th? Yes. He actually had a film of the whole thing, the guy shaking the fence and all. And then I'm not sure if he sent this. Yeah, he probably sent this as well. But that's the one he was referring to, yes. Can you pull up Exhibit 19? I believe these are text messages about the FBI list that we're just wanting, or that we were just talking about. And can you scroll down? You see picture 16, it looks like. Is that your brother-in-law, by the way? It's a 951 number. Why was that not redacted? Oh, somebody missed something. 951. Missed it again. What are they talking about? No, that is not. What? Okay. Well, we can scroll down a little bit. So it's an FBI list link, and then it looks like you say back, it kind of sucks when you get a call from your brother-in-law that you're on the most wanted list as a person of interest, and that is on January 8th. Right. So this is approximately where you found out. Okay. Hold on. I believe these are text messages about the FBI list that we were just talking about. And can you scroll down? You see picture 16. It looks like, is that your brother-in-law, by the way? A 951 number? 951? What are they talking about? No, that's not. Who was that 951 number? Who was that 951 number? Okay. Oh, let's see. It was on January 6th, right? So that's approximately when you found out. I think it was after the call to the FBI. Okay. Yeah, that was after I had called and I was on hold forever on the FBI. Perfect. Thank you. You can take that down. Cut him off. You cut him off. Yet again. If you would have just left him talking, what would he have said? So tell us about that. You call the FBI hotline. We saw it on your records with your phone records as the 800-225-5324 number, and that you called it on January 8th. How did you find this number to call? It was on, I believe it was on the ad that they had read, people that they wanted to talk to. So we called that. Called that number, yes. So between the time that you found out you were on the FBI list, how long between that did you call the hotline? As soon as we hung up with my brother-in-law, we called within a minute. Why did you want to call so quickly? What was going through your mind? Well, I wanted to straighten them out, let them know what had happened. So approximately how long did you talk to the FBI? Your records show that it was about an hour, but how long did you talk to them that day? Was it the full hour? It was not. I talked to someone. I told them who I was. They said, okay, I need you to hold for a minute. And then I was on hold. I was on hold for quite some time. They asked me a few questions. I think they recorded it. You probably have that. I answered those questions. It's been a year ago. I don't even remember what they asked me, but I answered the questions. I answered all the questions, and then we hung up. And do you recall what the next steps were? Did they tell you the next steps after the phone call? Did they leave the call knowing what was going to? Did you leave the call knowing what was going to come next? No, I did not. And was this your first time, it sounds like, talking to the FBI on January 8th? Yes, sir. And this was after you became aware that you were on the FBI list, correct? Absolutely. So let's see. You can pull up Exhibit 20, Jacob. And it looks like it's a redacted number that you can scroll down. It looks like on the 12th, the morning you asked any suggestions on a good attorney. So what happened between January 8th and January 12th? My wife has a girlfriend that she grew up with. She was dating a gentleman that was an attorney, and he had suggested to her, call me. I'm not real sure, but the suggestion was to make. My wife had a girlfriend that she grew up with, and she was dating a gentleman that was an attorney, and he had suggested to call me. I'm not real sure, but the suggestion was made that I need an attorney. So I text him that I believe he had called me after that. Okay, so you can take it down, redacted. So did you hire an attorney on this day on January 12th? Pretty close to that. Yes, sir. And who did you hire at this time? I hired Mr. Blischek, whatever the fuck the dude's name is. The one that was coaching him earlier, saying, hey, you need to interject and put in here that you were visiting family relics, correct? Yeah. Same person. And did you have any more interactions with the FBI after hiring your attorney, or was that the only one still on the 8th? No. The Mr. Blischek let the FBI know that he was representing me, and that they had set up a meeting a few months later. And I was interviewed by the FBI. Perfect. So we're going to pull up Exhibit 21, and these questions are probably going to be answered by Mr. Blischek, because they're actually your communications with the FBI, Mr. Blischek. So thank you for providing us with those. And we can scroll down to the bottom if it's in reverse chronological order. So it looks like this, and there we go. Can you scroll a little bit? All right, Mr. Blischek. It looks like on the 12th at around 3:38 p.m., you sent a letter over to the FBI. Is that about right? John Blischek. I believe so, because I called to find out who was in charge of the agent in charge locally here, in charge of the investigation. Okay. And so you were just, I feel like I gotta sneeze. And so were you just trying to understand more about the investigation with Mr. Epps? Is that fair to say? Correct. Letting them know that we're here to cooperate and we had nothing to hide. Okay. Can we scroll up a couple of pages above this? I believe this is a letter right there. So on January 12th, Mr. Blischek, you sent a letter to Special Agent Phillips Bates at the Phoenix FBI. And just to summarize this letter, I believe you're saying that Mr. Epps would like to cooperate with any ongoing investigation? Correct. Okay. Can we keep scrolling up? So it looks like, again, after this initial communication with the FBI on January 12th, Mr. Blischek, you talked, or at least you annotated a call with the FBI from February 2nd, 2021. What were you calling back for? Just to get a status check on the investigation? I don't know what you're making in reference to. Okay, so can you go up to February 2nd? Sorry, I didn't know if you scrolled up. February 2nd, right here. So you sent another email, another letter to the FBI. It looks like you had a call the previous week with them. It appears that there was some delay in our communication due to redacted. What was the redacted? I mean, that's kind of, why was there a delay in our communications? Huh? Due to what? Because that's a long redact. That could be a name if the person's name were longer than your own. Or was that some kind of some kind of incident. What was redacted in that? So then on February 15th, so we can scroll up to the February 15th email. It looks like Special Agent Alexander Sims from the FBI emails you. Mr. Blycheck, to schedule an interview with Mr. Epps. Is that about right? That document? Right? Okay. And then the same day you sent a letter, so keep scrolling up. You sent a letter back to the FBI describing Mr. Epps' actions on January 6th. So there's going to be a letter from the same day from Mr. Blycheck. Keep going up. This will be the letter. So it's about 2 pages, and we'll just let Mr. Blycheck and Mr. Epps scan it real quickly. But it's dated February 15th. Okay, basically, I've read it. Redacted name. So at this point, you were just expressing that Mr. Epps wanted to cooperate. Is that fair? Is that a fair summarization? I was just re-emphasizing his desire to cooperate and his underlying desire to be peaceful while he was there. Okay. And eventually, you all scheduled an interview with Mr. Epps on March 3rd, for March 3rd. The agents came to my office. The agents come to your office for the meeting on March 3rd. Wait. Eventually, you all scheduled an interview with Mr. Epps on March 3rd, for March 3rd. So you immediately scheduled that interview. Probably what's going on here, and I'm going to go ahead and say, yeah, okay. The agents came to my office. The agents came to your office on the meeting on March 3rd. They did. I don't believe that they had taped it. They might have. I don't know. They didn't tell me they were taping it, but again, I just don't know whether they taped it. But if they did, again, nothing to hide. What topic did you discuss in the interview? Basically the same as you're emphasizing now. They wanted to know what his involvement was there, why he was there, and other relevant matters. Did you all produce any documents of the FBI after this interview that you can recall? There were no actual documents to produce. Okay. Let's see. We're almost done. 84.97. Jesus Christ. Okay. And this is the last question I think I have on this. At this point, you were the only one communicating with the FBI on behalf of Mr. Epps. Is that correct, Mr. Blycheck? I was the only one. What? You were communicating with the FBI on behalf of Mr. Epps at this point. You were talking to the FBI? Inaudible with them. Perfect. What? If it was inaudible, and the only thing you can understand was with them, why did you say perfect? Why didn't you say, I'm sorry? Say that again. Mr. Epps, you were not talking to the FBI at this point, correct? You were relying on your attorney to talk to the FBI. Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Epps, did any of your family members get interviewed by the FBI? My son. Do you know what that interview occurred, when the interview occurred approximately? It was shortly, April? I believe it was April. Okay. Do you know if your son made any productions to the FBI of papers, or did your son produce any documents or anything to the FBI? Not that I'm aware of. Are you aware that your son talked about with the FBI? I am not. Do any of the members of staff have questions about this line of questioning? You can take exhibit down, blank. Thank you. Okay, it's about 3:40 p.m. Eastern time. Let's take a 5-minute, maybe 5-10 minutes. Are you okay, Mr. Epps, with a quick recess? Mr. Epps, that's fine. Let's take a 5-minute recess and come back on at 3:45, 1:45 your time. Mr. Epps, sure. All right, thank you, Mr. Epps, thank you. We're going to go to a recess. Now that we're on that recess, you know what I got to do. I'll be right back. as well just let the music go. Awesome. That is perfect interlude time. Okay. So the second recess is over in this point, and I do want to recap a little bit from what we noticed here. There were numbers in there that couldn't been accounted for, yet there were numbers in there that they did track down and get into. There's a lot of questionable information here that has never been discussed. You know, that 951 number that they did not redact. And he's like, I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, I get a lot of spam calls and everything. Ah, we all get spam calls, but spam text? I don't get spam text. You got text messages you can't account for, son. You don't answer them? You can sit there and tell me that the federal government didn't look into these numbers. Some of them they did, and they can say, but you're going to sit there and tell me that the federal government couldn't track these numbers. Okay, spam calls, get you. Okay, that happens because we all get those calls from like India. And I was reaching out to you about your car's warranty, or the IRS is going to put a warrant out for your arrest if you don't call us back. Those kinds of things. Right? That happens. We all get it. Now, this entire time, multiple times, they've asked him, have you talked with the FBI, Metropolitan Police, CIA, NSA? Have you talked to any kind of law enforcement whatsoever? No. But these numbers can't be spoofed by those same 3-letter agencies? But yet they can be spoofed by Indiana? Or, I'm sorry, India? Questions. So let's finish up. We got like 12 more pages left to do. Well, 11 and a half. Should go kind of quickly on this, and then we'll wrap up with it. All right. Welcome back, Mr. Epps. So we'll be going back on at 347. I think, Mr. Epps, you might be muted still. I think you might be on mute still on your end. Perfect. Okay. I got a couple of clarifications to clear up, or yeah, some things that, okay. You come back from break. Now, I guarantee you talked to your lawyer about these things and what was going on. Okay. You come back from break. I will give you this. Your lawyer probably told you, hey, you need to say this. You need to talk about this kind of thing. So let's see what it is. I got a couple of clarifications to clear up, or yeah, some things that, okay, I didn't answer correctly. One of them being a 305 number. The 305 number was some LinkedIn, some YouTube videos, and some stuff that was sent to me. I never answered it. I don't know anything about it. I didn't know who this was, so I didn't give it any mind. I don't know who that. So if you didn't know who was texting this to you from a 305 number, you didn't know it was some YouTube videos and things like that. Let's just say this was a random fucking person. The random person could find his information like they do with doxing. But the FBI can't find out where these random numbers are coming from and who they were registered to, where they were at that point in time when they were sending that information. You know, to ping it from a cell phone number to a tower. You can find that information even if it was for a VPN and shit. Now that can be tracked. It's a lot harder to track with using a VPN, but it can be done on a federal level. You're telling me they didn't look at any of this? You're telling me that this dude's saying, "No, I didn't talk to any kind of agency or anything like that." You're telling me you believe this? Come on now. Let's use our brains. Anyway, let's see. Okay. And the other, Jim. So Jim was interviewed by the FBI. I wasn't aware of this. He provided pictures and a timeline and all that stuff he provided to the FBI. And he went into the Capitol. He was no more than 30, 40 feet away from me at all times and had pictures to document that. What? Hold up. So Jim is your brother. Okay? So you're telling me Jim followed you around, stayed about 30 to 40 feet away, and made sure he had pictures to document where you were? Why? No, serious question. Why? Because if it were me, if it were you, if it were normal people that were there just witnessing this and just kind of freaking out about it, the thing, would you not be getting pictures and videos of what was happening? Why are you documenting where Ray Epps is at this time? Being 30, 40 feet away at all times. Why are you taking pictures of his location? There you go. Why was your brother taking pictures to document where you were in the moment if you didn't know there was going to be some shit to follow afterward? Because anybody else would have been what was capturing what was happening around them. He said, I wasn't aware of that recently. Okay. So just for the record, we have included what we believe are the submissions from your son to the FBI. They're Exhibits 22 and Exhibit 12 for the record. So we do have the included in the official record, Mr. Epps. So we do have the included in the official record, Mr. Epps. Okay, thank you. Going back real quickly, one of the more following up about Mr. Carver. Were you aware that he had or any involvement that he may have with three precedenters, what? Of any involvement he may have with 3%ers. That's the word. That's the word I was looking for. 3%ers. Okay. Or Oath Keepers or any other groups? No, sir. There's a political group called Rise. Okay. Political group. They're an action group. I think he's a part of that. I'm not sure. I attended one meeting at VFW to see what they were about, and they were talking about things like the 5, what is it? Your phones. If you go through the 5 gigabytes or whatever it is, 5G, that's going to give us cancer and all that stuff. Really? You interjected to put that in there. 5G. That it's going to give us cancer and all that stuff. There's lots of stuff going on there, and I'm just kind of stayed away from it. So that's where I met him. Okay. Really? Okay. So let's continue. Can you share a little bit more with us, Mr. Epps, about what you and Miss Carver talked about at the dinner on the 5th? Just regular. Not much. I mean, surface talk. Was he in Washington for the rally? Surface talk? You know, how your day goes, that kind of stuff. Just got to know each other. What time were you going to the rally? We're going to get there early, that kind of stuff. Okay. I mean, it was a party atmosphere. There was a lot of restaurants open. So there was a lot of Trump supporters in these little restaurants where you could find them open. It was a party atmosphere. I mean, people were having a good time. Did he share with you what his intentions were for the rally? Did he have any particular in mind in terms of going to the Capitol, making his voice heard, anything like that. I don't recall anything out of the ordinary. I don't know him that well. I mean, I met him once before, and then that day I got calls for him. So that was the second time I've met him. I don't know much about him. He seemed like a really nice guy. He probably talked to me about his reasons for being there. I don't remember. I don't recall. It's not remarkable. Let's pause for a second. Now, granted, this man owns a business, and I get you. But for me personally, all right, and I know a lot of you out there do the same exact thing, right? For me personally, if I get a call that I don't know from, unless I've seen a lot of calls in that area, like from where I come from or from where I grew up from in 9-3, I'm not going to give that away, but from where I grew up, right? If I get calls in that area because I have that number, more often than not, because it's not in my phone, I'm not going to talk to a lot of the shitty people that I grew up with because it's not in my phone. I don't have connections other than a few people back where I came from, where I was spent most of my life from. Okay. I don't answer the phone. Any other area code from where I'm at now, from any other area code across the United States, because for my job, I do travel, I will answer the phone. We all get that. Most of the calls from your area that you don't know, if you know that person, you'll program it into your phone, correct? You'll at least put a name, or if it's a business contact, you put a name in from the business that they're working at, even if it's just a first name or something. You'll put that into your phone. So that way, when you come across a call that you don't know, that your caller ID does not recognize, you understand more often than not that it's a spam call from those India fuckers talking about your car's warranty or whatever bullshit they're trying to pull at that point in time, right? Yeah. So you talked to this guy several times, but he's not in your phone. You've talked to this guy once before the rally, then you go up there and he calls you a couple of times. He texts you, you meet up with him, but his number is still not in your phone. I have a hard time believing that. Did you connect with him at all on January 6th? No, sir, I didn't. Have you talked to him since? I have not. Well, I did the other day when you asked that I tell you who all these people were in the phone records. So I called and said, excuse me, I have this number on my phone. I never found out who you are. You're not my contacts. And hey, Ray, this is Jim Carpenter or whatever his name is. And this is the other one that I talked to. And this is the other time that I talked to him. No, it isn't. No, it isn't, because you literally said you talked to this dude before you even went to the rally. You met up with this man. You had, I guess it would be breakfast or lunch with this man, roughly around whatever time, within the meetings. You had food with this man. You sat down and had a conversation with this man. You're going to sit there and tell me that at any time you did not put his name into your phone to know who he was that would text you or call you. And the dude tried to call you several times and he tried to text you several times. I don't believe you. You literally said you kind of knew who he was. You had some interactions with him. And then now you say you don't know who he is. You never had contact with him. Not even an hour later, the story's changing. Okay. And just to be clear, this was during the time where you were going through and trying to figure out the numbers on your call log that may not have been saved into your phone. Exactly. Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Epps, I know we've touched on this multiple times today, but as we get here to the end, I want to ask, on or around January 6th, were you acting on behalf of any government agencies when you were in Washington, D.C.? No, sir. The only time I've been involved with the government was when I was a Marine in the United States Marine Corps. Are you aware that people and reports, have claimed that you might have been an informant and were working as an agitator in January 5th and 6th? Are you tracking those stories? Yes, sir. I have somebody that volunteered a lot of time, and we are also paying to collect the data. It is so far from the truth. They're not only saying that I could be, they're saying that I was. It's on fucking videotape, dude. Not the part about being an FBI or FBI informant or working with any three-letter agency or anything. That's not on record in any way. Again, you can spoof the numbers. They get that call. Hey, this is what's going to happen. This is what we're going to do. You're going to get a call from this number. This is what I want you to do once you receive that call. Okay. Yes, sir. I have somebody that have volunteered a lot of time. Okay, yeah, there we go. So why are you collecting this data? Like, what are your thoughts when reading it? These reports are saying that you were a government informant or source. I believe I use this time to further their agenda. What? I'm being used at this time to further their agenda. Okay. I thought I read that wrong. I'm being used at this time to further their agenda, to either sell their news or whatever, make themselves more successful at pushing this garbage, or on the other hand, to further them in a political career. There's going to be a lot of backtracking now, isn't there, son? It wasn't even an hour ago, even in this conversation here that's been marked, it wasn't even an hour ago that you were saying something different. I'm not inferring that you did anything wrong or committed any crime with this in question, but do you have any insight about why you have not been charged by the DOJ? Because I'm sure the DOJ, the FBI, and you guys have gone through these, and it's the little snips and pieces, the edited film that they've put together, this fictional character that they have put together doesn't fit. If you see the whole story, then you see I'm trying to stop the violence, trying to keep people from getting themselves into more trouble. Pretty sure that's why. Hold on a second.
Capital. Into the I know what we've been doing hasn't worked. Yeah, so I'm going to put it out there. I'm probably going to go to jail for it, okay? Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. No! Peacefully! Fed! Peacefully! Fed! Peacefully!
Are you sure about that, sir? Are you 100% sure about that, sir? Because there are multitudes of videos out there showing you are straight fucking lying. Get back to it. Okay. Marcus, with all due respect, I think you're asking him a legal question which he can't answer. Understood, Mr. Blychek. Trying to keep this open disclosure, but if we were in an Trying to keep this open disclosure, but if we were in adversary hearing or more formal, I would object on the basis of the nature of the question. Okay. I would actually give you that. Being his lawyer, I would give you that objection. Understood, Mr. Blychek. Understood. I'm charging him a lot of money. Blank, I got to take care of him. Mr. Blyscheck. Again, correct. Correct. Hold on. You are charging this dude a fuck ton of money. You gotta be. Because this has gone federal at this point. But yeah, I would actually give you that objection if I were the judge myself. Good job on that. That was actually great. Mr. Blyscheck, this may be a better question for you then. Are you aware or do you have any understanding of why Mr. Epps was removed from the list, the FBI list? Upon information and belief, I believe he was removed shortly after he contacted the FBI and or the FBI contacted me. Mr. Epps, you are aware and tracking that certain, I would say, elected leaders are also accusing you of being an FBI informant or source agitator. Are you? Are you tracking that as well? Yes, sir. How has inaudible? How about the reports and not now elected leaders also talking about your alleged involvement? How has this changed, if it has at all, your life at all? Well, I'm going to start with the most tragic. Give me a minute because I get a little emotional. I have 38 grandkids. God damn, son. I don't know why that surprised the fuck out of me. I know families that I know people that have huge families. So 38 grandkids? Sir, I'm gonna need you to rattle off their fucking names for me right the fuck now. Let's give a little cognitive test going on. Yes. All right. I'm sorry. That just that struck me. Thing is how most people have all right, they have 2 or 3 kids per family. Most people have 2 or 3 kids per family, and those go on to have 2 or 3 kids, right? So you're talking about 2 or 3 kids. Let's just say 3. Let's bring it up to 3. The largest number normally in a family. Okay, 3 kids have 3 kids. You're talking about 9 grandchildren. You have 38. That is 4 times the normal amount. Okay. Like I said, I don't know why that struck me so fucking hard right there, but it did. All right. I have 38 grandkids. One of them inaudible. I'm sure you could hear it. You just kind of redacted that information for those children. That I will give you, that inaudible. I will give you that. Those grandkids, you could have just typed it out and redacted it, but it's a thing. Those grandkids are being picked up on us. Oh, wait. Those grandkids are being picked on at school because of what their granddad did. Because there's a lot of Epps in the country. Is there? I mean, with 38 grandkids, I'm going to say you have a fucking point. Now that these grandkids I've taught their whole lives and their parents have taught their whole lives, we obey the law. We chose to do right. We stick up for those that are less fortunate. We do those things. I'm a fighter by nature, but I'm a Christian by choice. And that's what I've taught our grandkids. Now, that's just part of it. The other part is my wife is not living now in our home right now. We have death threats. Some of them are very credible, and it's not good. Our business we went from 5 to 6 weddings a week. Now we're down to 2 or 3 a week, and we're not getting the calls. I mean, I understand that. I really do. Because what is the whole thing with corporate shit? Get woke or broke, right? You start doing some fucked up shit. The people don't back you, sir. You're on fucking video camera saying we need to go into the Capitol. You whispered into that dude's ear, when we go into the Capitol, I'm going to give us, and we go peacefully, probably right after that. But your first words to the man were, when we go into the Capitol, right before he attacked barricades. These are the things that the people caught on beforehand. These are the things that people were screaming about at the top of their lungs. Before any of this happened, they were screaming about this. They were asking about Ray Epps. They were looking at these, being wondering, what the fuck is this? Where is this? Why is this? Why has he not been brought in? These were the questions that we were saying. These were the questions that were being asked and being pushed. And yet you have a problem. Now, never mind. Never mind, because that'd probably get a strike on the channel. I'm not going to say it. I don't have Rumble running, or I would cut to Rumble after the end of this and really say my thoughts. I fucked up the coding while I was going to Rumble. But yeah. Some of them are very credible, and it's not good. Our businesses, we went from 5 to 6 weddings a week. We're now down to 2 or 3. We're not getting the calls. We're not getting well, we have these Google accounts and all of these different things, and they've absolutely destroyed us. It's very disheartening. Fuck, you gonna sit here and tell me my mic was off the entire time? So I read. All right, I was reading as the story goes along here. Let's. God damn it! God damn it! This is why I need somebody here to help me out here, because my mic was muted. But anyway, we were reading through this whole story, and he's just saying basically fucking nonsense. And I called out the fact that he said nonsense, and then he was talking about. All right, I know it's difficult. The recent Mr. Cairns. Okay, just so you know our commonality, I'm a Christian myself, and I think truth matters. What you saw me flaying around with, and you didn't hear shit because apparently my mic was muted. I hit it on that and that, but. Anyway, so you're going to sit there and tell me that throughout this entire thing, even with Mr. Kinzinger, Adam Kinzinger, being on the January 6th committee, talking about truth matters. Okay. So you're going to sit there when Cassidy Hutchinson said that 2 Secret Service agents, like Tony Arnado and that other dude, the story about where he was driving Trump around and Tony Arnado was saying, no, we're not going to take you to the Capitol. We're going back to the White House. And then somehow Donald Trump, that fat fuck, does backflips and ninja flips over everything to grab the steering wheel because this is a stretched out SUV. This is a SUV limousine. So there's some distance between it. You're going to sit there and tell me that motherfucker did some ninja flips, jumped through that small ass fucking barrier to have, like I said, one hand on the steering wheel and one hand on his neck. Oh, so I lost connection with my phone. Okay, there we go. Or let's take it the other way. One hand on the steering wheel and one hand on his neck. Seriously. You're talking about you believe in truth. You allowed that to happen, sir. Go fuck yourself. I wonder exactly how long I was muted for that I didn't even realize. I guarantee you it's a good part of this section. I've been trying to get it to where I can mute the mic on the stream deck instead of here, but I go for here because I've been using that too much, like on the mic itself. So I'm trying to get to used to using the stream deck. Let's see. Where is it? Let's see. And for me, I'm learning to tell the truth at Sunday school was, one of the first lessons I ever learned as a kid. Then what the fuck happened, Adam Kinzinger? Oh, wait. Why did you not run for re-election again? Why did Elizabeth Warren get blown out the fucking water? What was it, 33-66? Maybe it's because the people understand that you're a fucking lying piece of shit throughout this entire thing. But yeah, the first lesson you learned as a kid was that truth matters. Yeah, sure. You talked about how this has affected your life. What do you, sitting where you are now, what's this kind of your biggest fear? And have you ever considered, potentially speaking out about it? Or is there fear? Or is there fear in that as well? What? The truth at Sunday school. Oh, you know it. See, the reason why I'm laughing right now is me and Joseph Santos have had some conversations revolving religion in text chat and voice as well. We both know how we feel about that. So yeah. Different topic for a different time, but that's why it's funny. Tell them the Egyptian pyramids were not built by the slaves and they'll flip, right? I need another drink. Hold the hell on. Hey, we're going this route, apparently. But I love it. I really do. I love it. Anybody that actually, it's like this so-called unwritten rule within people that say they're religious, that if they say they're a Christian, you're automatically supposed to believe them no matter what. I've never understood that, and I'll never get it. Like, Christians are supposed to be this, well, they literally are supposed to be like truthful, like outspoken, religious kind of thing, but it's used as a cover a fuck ton of a lot of times. So you're going to sit there and tell me that just because this dude says, hey, I'm a Christian, and I was taught at a very young age that truth matters, but I'm involved with the government, and I'm supposed to be making only a couple, like less than $150,000 a year, but I'm worth millions of dollars. And the truth matters, and I'm a Christian and all that. Which, by the way, I did release a video earlier that kind of touched on that a little bit. It's really talking about, should we allow the stupid to be able to vote in our society? But yeah. And I hope Joseph watched that, because we're going to be talking about that, brother. Time to pick up your feet again and get another drink. Yep. Church teaches fear non-Christians, so believers just automatically flock together. Like the socialists, they pretend to be completely unlike. 100% agree with you in that, even though it sounds fucked up to say. But I agree with you. All right, let's roll it. Why is that not coming up in the actual chat, though? Jesus Christ. I see the... all right, I see your last comment in my OBS, Joseph. But no. Oh, shit. Dude, no. Hold on. I want y'all to see this shit. This is probably some, YouTube censorship going on right now. Let's see, where is it? Where's the Discord? Brave. Properties, display capture. Wrong one. Here we go. Look at this. With right here on the side. It says, time to pick up your feet and get another drink. Church teaches fear for non-Christians. So believers automatically flock together like the socialists they pretend to be completely unalike. I see that. But where is that? The truth of Sunday school, haha, time to pick up your feet. I like saying mean things. Why are you looking so high up? There's a monitor here. Dude, I got 4 of them. I got like one here, and one on each side. I got 4 different monitors. Yeah, but seriously, you see that shit? Like, that does not show. That is some YouTube censorship going on right there at that moment. The only way I caught it was through OBS. Okay, anyway, where were we? You talk about how this affected your life. Sitting where you are now, what's kind of your biggest fear, and how have you ever considered, potentially speaking out about it, or is this fear in that as well? I just want to kind of get your mindset on this a little bit too, because my perception, not speaking on your behalf, but my perception is, you were exercising your First Amendment right. You were trying to do the right thing and provided a snippet of convenient narrative for the You were trying to do the right thing and provided a snippet of convenient narrative for a conspiracy. For a conspiracy. Mr. Kinzinger, why is it that you're not running for re-election? Why did you not run for re-election again? Maybe because there's multitude of fucking evidence that proves that this is not a conspiracy whatsoever. Especially with Mr. Epps here, who says we need to go into the Capitol. And then as soon, right before the dude attacks the barricades, he says, when we get in, when we go in, something along those lines. But yet, you're a Christian and you value truth. You best shut the fuck up, you little Dumbo-eared motherfucker. Anyway. So I just wanted to hear more from you on that. We couldn't speak out for quite some time. It's an ongoing investigation. And you know, like certain senators or certain politicians that were questioning the FBI, knowing what the answer would be, but trying to drive their narrative, the media has done the same thing with me. They know anybody in my position can't talk about it. What do you mean by the media there? I'm sorry, hold up. What do you mean by the media there, Mr. Epps? Are you talking about like Fox News, MSNBC? Or are you talking about the multitude of independent journalists that have called you out for these fucking lies time and time again, have pointed you out and have shown that you are an instigator in every damn bit of the way? Why are you not behind bars? Is that the media you're talking about? But there is really no answer to that. Let's see. But trying to drive their media, they've done the same. They know anybody in my position can't talk about it. We're asked by our attorney, someone to pay us good advice, and their advice is don't talk about it. Somebody we pay to give us good advice, and their advice is don't talk about it. It is good advice. Don't say shit. And then they take it to the next level. He must be guilty. He's not talking about it. The media coaxing us to come out, camping at our house, the businesses of people that come, or the buses of people that come. It happens. Sorry for your luck, bitch boy, but it happens. 4 monitors. Holy shit. You live in a space station. The cheap production quality says it's the Russian space station. You son of a bitch. It's just me behind the camera with a damn stream deck and shit going on with an OBS. All right. You asshole. I love you, Joseph. All right. Those are the people that are coming out. This attracts when they were doing this sort of thing. This attracts all the crazies out there. No. Yeah, it attracts the crazies that are pissed off that you instigated a lot of the problems. Those crazies? Or are you talking about the crazies that were like the dude that was trying to assassinate Supreme Court justices because of the overturning of Roe versus Wade? Is that the crazies you're talking about? Is that what you were pointing these people as? You know, the same people that they claim are insurrectionists, but don't talk about May 29th when BLM and Antifa were rioting outside the White House, broke through the first barricades in an attempt to burn down and kill the sitting president of the United States because they were told he was racist. So they set fire to a card shack and set fire to the church across the street. The Capitol Police were ordered to dispel these peaceful protesters with tear gas. Also, the media could point it as they were told to do that so Trump could take a photo op. I mean, where are we going with this, Mr. Epps? Which side are you really trying to claim you're on, sir? But anyway, we're getting close to the end. We got one guy that's been in prison and shot by by the police and he was out on bail right now. He's trying to contact me. Those are the kind of people I'm talking about. There's some real crazies out there, we're finding out. So yeah, I can't have my wife live in the home and I've got to protect my property. Well, thank you. And just for the information, in about 10 minutes, I have to leave, but I appreciate your words in coming in. Thank you. Mr. Kinzinger, before you leave, why don't you take care of that baby, okay? What? Oh, I guess there's a baby crying. That just threw me off a little bit there. But yeah, Mr. Kinzinger, before you leave, why don't you take care of that baby, okay? Yeah, my wife's got him right now. Okay, thank you. I just want to follow up, but not to belabor this point because I know it's sort of a difficult one for you, sir. My understanding is that the former president was in Arizona recently, and even he's sort of raising this conspiracy theory has that. What? Let me read that again. I just want to follow up, but not to belabor this point because I know it's sort of a difficult one for you, sir. My understanding is that the former president was in Arizona recently. And even he's sort of raising this conspiracy theory. Has he had an impact on you? Okay, I get what he's saying. I get what he's trying to say. He's like, okay, so even the president has said, there's something fishy about you. What the fuck is up with this dude? How has that impacted you? That has, yeah. It did have an impact. It was very troubling. I think that he's being misled right now. I think he's surrounded himself by a few people that don't have the truth, and they're trying to push a narrative that he's misled right now. I don't know what to think about that. And he has that. Have you seen an uptick in the level of hostility towards you and your family? Yes, but not due to that. That was before when, let me guess these names, right? It really started when Congressman Massey started his deal, and there was a reporter, or not a reporter, there was a blog or something. It's called Revolver. I'm not real familiar with it, but they came out with this fictional character that I led a team, Branch Team 6, and all that stuff. I mean, it's real crazy stuff. And he brought out that kind of stuff to the floor of the house. When that happened, it just blew up. It really got really bad. Him and, gosh, Getz and Green, and yeah, they're just blowing this thing up. So it got really, really difficult after that. These crazies started coming out of the woodwork. Hold up. So these politicians that were raising the concern about Ray Epps when these videos started surfacing, saying, hey, look at this dude agitate the fuck out of this crowd, so they go in and attack. Oh, the night before, he's saying we need to go into the Capitol. Now look at this. Oh, he whispers to this dude, and this dude breaks the barricades. There's all different types of videos out there of this man instigating. But somehow these politicians are these crazies. Getz, Green, and who else was it? Who else did you try to name? Congressman Massey? Branch Team 6? Whatever the fuck that is. Probably a team on SEAL, or play on SEAL Team 6. These crazies started coming out of the woodwork. Are they crazy by talking about what is on video? What can be proven? They're crazy for that. Okay. Mr. Kinzinger, may I ask real quick, what was the timing? Around what month did this start to accelerate? I mean, I haven't heard anything about you personally myself until probably around November. From your position, when did this kind of, I'll call it a conspiracy, because that's what it is, start to creep up? Again, now you understand why Mr. Kinzinger never ran for office again. It's a conspiracy? It's a conspiracy that motherfucker instigated when there's on videotape of him saying we need to go into the Capitol. The conspiracy, right? No, don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe that. Believe what we tell you to believe. Revolver, I guess, came out with the conspiracy. They started pushing this thing together, and don't think Revolver was anybody. This is my own personal belief. I'm not sure if this is right. Until politicians basically put them out there. I mean, then everybody believed it. They believed their politicians, and it just blew up. Oh, so you're saying we shouldn't believe politicians, huh? Is that what you were saying, Mr. Epps? Was that your bring home? That was the whole point for you saying that statement, was to not believe your politicians, Mr. Epps? I'm sorry, Mr. Epps. Was that not what got us into this situation in the first place? Not believing the politicians who lie straight to our face? But you're advocating for believing the politicians that lie straight to our face. You yourself was there to question the politicians that lie straight to your face, and now you're advocating for us to listen to the politicians that lie straight to our face. What? Let's continue. And just as a quick aside, there's a conspiracy that I created ISIS. What? This blew my fucking mind. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to this shit. This blew my fucking mind. And just as a quick aside, there's a conspiracy that I created ISIS. So I didn't, but I've seen it on the internet, and I understand how this stuff spreads, and that the truth doesn't spread as quickly. So thanks. That's it. Sorry, I missed a button on my stream deck. So he's just like, hold up. Yeah, I understand how conspiracy theories can spread, because I got this one out here that just says, I created ISIS. Well, I didn't do it. But there's a conspiracy theory out there that I'm the one that created the ISIS move, or the ISIS rebellion there in Afghanistan. You know, the one we've been fighting for 20 fucking years. We will finish this up. I'm going to take a break right there for a second, because I'm about to fucking die. Give me a minute. All right. Sorry. Sorry, I just, oh my God. That caught me. That caught me. Twice it's caught me. Now, see, here's the thing. I've tried to look into this conspiracy theory that he's talking about. I haven't found anything about that yet. Nah. Granted, I've only been searching for like a day or two. But I've never found anything like that. So you created ISIS, which is an organization that has over 20 fucking years old somehow, some way. Like there's a conspiracy theory about. I just want y'all to understand how fucking stupid that is. All right. God damn. Mr. Kinzinger, I can tell you, I believe Mr. Massey's comments were in October with Director Ray, who was testifying. And then I think Revolver article was the end of October, the first Revolver article. So maybe it was the other way around. Yeah, I heard the Revolver article until I haven't heard the Revolver article until you either, but that's how they make their money, and it's convenient for some people. So thank you. Fucking, I am so done with society, guys. I really fucking am. So you're telling me this dude, how old is Adam Kinzinger? Born 1978. How did ISIS really emerge? The timeline and rise and spread of the. I'm sorry. I gotta look into this. Had a third Syria by December 2017. It had lost 90% of its territory. Iraq says the Islamic State says offshoot of Al Qaeda in 2004. It faded to obscurity. U.S. troops in Iraq in 2017, but it began to reemerge in 2011. Okay, so 2011. And when did he assume office? Presented by constituent 2011. You're telling me? Assumed office January 3rd, 2011. You're telling me this motherfucker actually thinks that he assumed office in January 3rd of 2011, and then soon after, he wants to bring up that there's some kind of conspiracy theory that he started ISIS, who was formed beforehand and started to reemerge again in 2011. I'm so fucking done with society. All right, here we go. And just to further confirm on the record, the committee reached out to you, Mr. Epps, at the end of October, and we were coordinated with Mr. Blyschek, and we interviewed you for the first time November 3rd. Yes, sir. Is there anything else that we didn't ask you, Mr. Epps, that you wanted to share with the committee today? You know, my wife wanted something read. And then his lawyer, Mr. Andrew Blyschek, I think it's his lawyer. Yes, I'll just sum it up for everyone in closing because this is Andrew Blyschek for the record. Thank you. She just discusses a little bit about the death threats and how her lives have changed. How many lives does this bitch got? Wait, what? I'm pretty sure that was a fuck up, but how her life has changed. I'm sure you've heard. Her living situation, because perhaps the most poignant point is that she remarked, "I've already lost one son. And with the hype that preceded the rally, I was afraid for our son's safety. Ray is a protector by nature, especially with his family. I wanted Ray to be there to keep our son safe." So she wanted Ray to go because she thought it would be great father-son bonding opportunity, especially in DC, with the sightseeing because Ray was initially declined. He wanted to keep going, or he wanted to keep working. So the way she suggested that he go, and it's her fault. It's her fault, ladies and gentlemen. It's the woman's fault for telling the man to go to DC and tell everybody we need to go into the Capitol, whisper into the dude's ear, and then watch him and everybody else attack the barricades. And once they get past the barricades, follow into the Capitol. Walk a couple of feet in while your brother documents the entire situation. Mind you, you find somebody laying on the ground. You pick them up. You get them away from the Capitol. You make sure there is emergency medical services provided to that kid before you then go to your hotel room. I want you all to kind of think of everything I just said with that. Because that is the layout of what this man was saying. And then the lawyer goes and says, it's all the woman's fault. Because she wanted him there to protect her son. Okay. Okay. I'll believe it. I'll believe it. Whatever. Let's go. Jesus Christ. Mr. Epps says, no, it's not. You know what? She wanted to thank you guys. This has been a not good experience. This has not been a good experience. I got that backwards. This has not been a good experience, the whole thing, but dealing with you, it has been a good experience. So, thank you, Mr. Epps. May I ask one more quick thing, sir? Yes? And maybe this is better directed to the lawyer. In terms of information we've learned, discussed, what we've had, is it a hope that there is the truth? Is it a hope that there is the truth that this gets out there? What? Either Kinzinger is retarded, which is 100% possible, or the stenographer fucked up, which is 100% possible, or both. I take door number C. Anyway. Jesus Christ. All right. This says, in terms of information we've learned, discussions we've had, is it a hope that there is the truth that gets out there? Are you worried about that? Maybe, however, we can answer that, or whoever can answer that. John Blyschek, I guess the other dude's brother, Andrew Blyschek. I was discussing with my client just prior to we started that I fear that what could happen to my practice if certain allegations are made regarding me representing Mr. Epps. I'm a criminal attorney. I have been for 35 years. Occasionally, the public doesn't like it when you represent various characters. And I'm not saying in any way I'm proud to represent Mr. Epps. Epps, thank you. So you're telling me this motherfucker doesn't even know the dude's last name? He's representing, he's been there throughout the entire conversation, but he doesn't even know the dude's last fucking name? I have so many fucking questions. Okay. Now, that having been said, sometimes you don't always represent the best in people, so I've got my guard up. already had one threatening call, and that's all I can tell you. Okay, well, again, be safe. Thank you. Thank you. I don't understand what the fuck that has anything to do with it, but fine. We'll go with it, whatever. Well, Mr. Epps, Mr. Blyscheck, Mr. Andrew Blyscheck, I'd like to thank you all for voluntarily coming in to sit with us again for this transcribed interview. I'm sorry. It's interviews like this with the committee that allow us to gather the facts and understand your perspective directly from the source, and allows us to better understand your mindset in the actual events that led up to January 6th, and on January 6th, in your case, after January 6th. So thank you for taking the time with us in November. Thank you for producing documents and sitting with us here today. And with that, I believe we can go off the record, but thank you. Okay. Mr. Blyscheck. Oh, sorry. Mr. Blyscheck said what? That's redacted. Oh, sorry. Mr. Blyscheck, I just wanted to comment. I'm just a little bit envious of that nice couch you got in your office. I don't have that in my office. I mean, damn, I got to go to Washington, D.C. Mr. Epps, I've got a quick question. Mr. Epps, yes? Okay, we're off the record, right? Let's go off. We're off the record. Correct, yes. We've gone off the record. Whereupon, as of 4:08, the interview was concluded. And of course, the witness name date, none of that's there because this was entered. This was entered before it was signed. So you're going to sit there and tell me at the very end of this interview, thank you for taking the time. John Blyscheck says, redacted. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to comment. I'm a little bit envious of that nice couch you got in your office. I don't have that in my office. I mean, damn, I got to go to Washington, D.C. I've got a quick question. Mr. Epps, yes? Okay, we're off the record, right? Let's go off the record. And this is the shit in the January 6th committee that they allow. This is the same shit that allowed Cassidy Hutchinson to say, yeah, there were some Secret Service agents that were detailed to Trump that told me that Trump attacked them and he was demanding that they go there. Like he ninja flipped in the back of an SUV and he put hands around their throats. This is the same fucking committee that allowed a video from Tim fucking Pool, who never gets behind anything, just tells you what they're saying. And yeah, I'm going to tell my bullshit line and just ride the line on this one to make everybody happy. They took a video from him to say he was instigating the fucking attack on the Capitol. I want you all to understand exactly what the fuck I just said. These same people who are painting this narrative about January 6th have tried to make Mr. Epps seem like he's not an instigator, even though there are multitudes of videos proving the exact opposite. These are the same people that let Cassidy Hutchinson, because she's got a pretty face and everybody just loves listening to a pretty face about things like this and believe all women, right? Well, this same woman says that Trump did some ninja backflips. Okay, she really doesn't say that, but Trump put his hands around a Secret Service member who's combat trained and ready for shit like that. Put his hands around his neck saying, "We're going to the Capitol. You're gonna take me there." When the same Secret Service agent that he said Trump put his hands around his neck, the next day he says, Hold the fuck up. No, that never happened. Was he brought in to testify? Almost, what, 5, 6 months later? Yeah. And all he says is, I don't recall that incident. As my new shirt says, or as my shirt says, I need new conspiracy theories because my old one became fact. You're going to sit there and tell me this man was not a fucking, did not help this shit go down. Now it's still unproven. If he was involved in this, it's still unproven. If he was spurred on by our government. But there are multitudes of text messages that came through that he never answered, phone calls that supposedly he never answered, some that he did, where, yeah, it was this person. Oh, we don't have the records of it actually being that person, but who is this? It was this person. Oh, well, there's records of this person contacting you that said this. Do you remember that? No. Again, I've said it multiple times. India can spoof you with all those, can spoof those numbers very close to you with all those. We've been trying to contact you about your car's warranty. You owe the IRS money. There's going to be a warrant for your arrest. Call us. They can spoof those numbers. But you're telling me our federal government can't? The night before, there was a 10-minute conversation. Yeah, it could be him just kind of recapping what he was doing to another person. That is true. It could be. But then he got text messages from numbers that he doesn't know about things that were happening at the Capitol. Yeah. Now you see it. No, this motherfucker instigated this shit. This dude instigated the fuck out of this. There was a lot of roundabout language in some of the things he answered. Especially the fact that he couldn't say, yeah, I thought there was some fraud going on in the election because of everything that was said. I thought there was some shit going on that we needed to look into. He danced around that. There was a lot of language he danced around. Didn't sound like a Trump supporter. Now, this motherfucker on January 6th sees a group of people, as soon as Trump starts speaking, go towards the Capitol, and he decided to follow. An hour and a half, he's there. No, it don't take you an hour and a half to go less than 2 miles. He said it was about 20, 30 minutes because he stopped to go to the bathroom and he was talking to some people along the way. It took him about 20, 30 minutes to get there. And then we see the video where the barricades were broken before Trump was even done speaking. We see the video of him whispering into that kid's ear. When we go in, and it's a little bit mumbled, and I will give him the fact and do it peacefully or something to that effect, I will give you that. But you're going to sit there and tell me that dude who said, and when we go in, barricades start crashing on the right-hand side of the screen. Matter of fact, do we have that pulled up again, or did I close that out? Let's see. Adam considers DC police were... Oh, that was when I was trying to find that. Who was right up? Why are you allowing... No, I brought that down. Okay. But yeah. The video of him actually saying this to the kid, the barricades break, he follows them in. He follows them up. Says he's trying to de-escalate the entire time, but he's following these people into the building. Takes a few steps in. Oh, I feel sick at what I see. Sees somebody laying on the ground. They look unconscious. Grabs this person. Takes them out of the building. Takes them away from the place. Make sure they've got medical care because they were having a stroke, apparently. Or, I'm sorry, it was an epileptic fit. Then he decides, I'm going to go back to the hotel room. He gets a text and he answers, yeah, I was there in the front line. I helped orchestrate it. Oh, what I meant by orchestrate was getting people there. Y'all don't see this in any way, shape, or form suspicious? Yeah, y'all want to think that this is some kind of just a coincidence? Y'all don't want to sit here and try to believe in any way, shape, or form that this dude was a Fed or Fed informant? Your own testimony is fucked. The videos we see you in, your testimony is literally trying to speak against recorded video of you doing the things that we accuse you of doing. Do not sit here and tell me in any way, shape, or form that this man was not involved, that he did nothing wrong. Yet an old woman who respects velvet ropes gets arrested for the very same thing. No. I'm not going to believe anything of this. You're a lying sack of shit. You always have been. Mr. Kinzinger, to you as well. This whole January 6th committee has been a sham. They have fucked up left and right. They have twisted everything, including editing pictures to show as evidence. That's right. They put in one screenshot, they put a blue check mark into Twitter, into a Twitter screenshot that doesn't exist. That didn't exist at the time. They made a video of Tim Pool where he was just saying, some people are saying this, and I don't know what's happening here, but I'm going to be on the side of, I don't think it was. I think it was valid harvesting and this and that. They made it try to seem like he was trying to incite. But this man who's literally on videotape inciting, no, he's fine, right? Like I said, this raises more questions, but at least we have answers to some. Now, you can take this with a grain of salt or whatever you want to take it as, but that dude did exactly what he thought he did. And he tried to play it off as he's just an innocent person. So, I'm going to leave y'all with that thought. Please, let's talk about this situation because I want to hear some pushback. I want to hear what you guys think about this. I want to hear somebody at least try to refute a little bit about this. Check my way of thinking. I really do. I appreciate everybody that followed through with this, Jesus Christ, 5-minute 47 stream. Because I've been taking a piss and everything like that. But yes, I want to hear what you guys got to think about this whole interview. Pushback. Tell me what you think. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, let me go to full cams here. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you off with what I always leave you off with. You have a voice. Now it's time to use it. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Leave a like on this, spread it around with your friends. Let me know what you think about this. I really do want to hear your voice and your thoughts on all this. I really do want to hear what you've got to think. Whether you disagree or not, let's talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the hell out of you guys. We'll see you again very, very soon.